Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. The State Land Board on Thursday voted 3-2 to begin a legal process that would cancel two controversial state wind leases in Converse and Niobrara counties. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary Chuck Gray, Superintendent Megan Dagenfelder, and Auditor Christy Racinez all voted in favor, while Governor Gordon and Treasurer Meyer voted against.
So in the Constitution, there's language suggesting that for state trust lands, you gotta promote projects that are going to help fund Wyoming's school system. But as the months dragged on and wind became just this flashpoint controversy, a couple of them were like, yeah, this is clearly more important to people than was apparent earlier on.
The reversal follows 10 months of controversy and passionate public debate over the two projects, which are slated to cover several thousand acres of state and other lands. Wyoming Fresh Farm has been in the same location for 20 years, but Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now the couple faces a forced annexation by the city of Cheyenne that they say threatens their business.
There is a meeting on February 9th where the city's going to be taking this matter up. They're hoping that supporters will come and speak up for the farm stand.
Co-owner Tommie Kniseley told Cowboy State Daily she started asking questions in 2022 when she inadvertently learned their farm might be in the pathway of the city's annexation plans. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Promotional Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted to shield two more institutions from its proposed $40 million budget cut to the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of those institutions shares a financial backer with the campaign arm of the Freedom Caucus.
The majority of the Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted to shield the High Bay Research Center and the Worth Institute, a tourism school under the University of Wyoming, from a proposed $40 million cut to the university. So if you say that these two schools, these two centers can't suffer from the cut, then the other schools under the university will get cut deeper, right? Because they have to sustain the whole $40 million.
The Worth Institute and the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, some members of which voted to protect the institute, share a financial backer. A makeshift crack cooking station on a baby changing table at a gas station has prompted a warning from the Teton County, Idaho Sheriff's Office. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that even a Cheyenne gas station worker said he wouldn't change a baby on one of those.
I talked to a convenience store, so they had some horror stories. They say that it's almost impossible to keep them clean. Even though they go in twice an hour, every 30 minutes to clean those things, they still have people who do really disturbing things in those bathrooms, and they find drug paraphernalia in there.
The plea by the Teton County, Idaho Sheriff's Office was accompanied by a photo of the baby changing table laid out with baking soda, a syringe, a lighter, tinfoil packets, and a carrying case that held the paraphernalia. And that's a look at today's headlines. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, which means one thing. The volume in my headphones much louder than it was Monday. Progressively turned up until I get to Friday, and then I'm rocking, man. It's the weekend. Monday, I'm at a hush level, like, shh, don't wake me up. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's February 6th. Puxtatawny Phil has gone back to sleep. Winter is extended because it's kind of late getting here. Winter's been delayed, postponed until March. I got a weather forecast coming for you in a minute. First, a lot of stories, a lot of guests. Here's who's on today. Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council, be on in the first hour. Matt Fields gets with us. He's running a 4-H robotics team out of Cheyenne, relatively new. They started in 2022. They're going to the Governor's Cup to represent Wyoming. And they got a machine called Blackout. Yeah, I'm excited to talk robotics with Matt Fields. Janet Lewis will be here. She's with the Red Cross of Wyoming. February is Heart Month. Heart something. It's all about the heart this month. Janet, going to come on. We'll talk about AEDs and other healthy heart initiatives from the Red Cross of Wyoming. It's a Friday, so Andrew Rossi will be here. We'll talk all things Rossi. Governor Gordon joins. I should have led with that. It's the governor. Governor Gordon will be on the show today, and he'll talk about State of the State address, which is coming up right before the budget session, which is coming up next week, February 9th. That kicks off. Governor Gordon on the show. Justin Hathaway, we're hoping. Casper Planet, I have him scheduled for first and third Fridays. Justin, busy dude though, and I haven't confirmed her back, but we're hoping Casper Planet gets with us and we'll talk nonsense. Aaron Brown on Fridays, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Fatalities in the 2026 season. We're not very far into it, and we already have, I believe, 9. We'll talk fatalities, ticket or click it or ticket. And yeah, just being careful on the roads. I imagine beefed up patrol for Super Bowl Sunday. So be careful with that. Aaron Brown will be on Highway Patrol. Mac Watson, always here on a Friday. And Tommie Kniseley will be with us. Her farm is getting swallowed up by the city of Cheyenne. And I looked on the Google Maps to try to see why, and I can see why. The writing's on the wall, and Wyoming Fresh Farms is on borrowed time right now. I don't know what the answer is, but Tommie is very concerned that the place she and her husband bought years ago, 2006, 20 years ago, when they bought it, it was outside the Cheyenne city limits. It was considered rural farm ag, still is, but Cheyenne wants to change that. Ever-growing Cheyenne is about ready to, they're knocking on the door of the property. Interesting what's going on there. So those are our guest stories today. Yeah, we got plenty, including the Olympics begins tonight. We'll tell you when and where you can watch our favorite mogul skier, Jalen Koff, sorry. Jalen's skiing on Feb 10, the 11th, and the 14th. We'll tell you when. Peacock's got most of the coverage, I believe. Sometimes they'll show all the moguls in its entirety. Sometimes it'll just be bits and pieces as they do their coverage. But NBC and Peacock live streaming and broadcasting, and where you can watch Jalen Koff. I'm excited to see her ski moguls. She grew up doing that at Grand Targhee right here in Wyoming. Craig Johnson, our favorite author, is in Jackson tomorrow. I'm going to try to go see him if I have time. I think I can get over there. He's at the library, back by popular demand. Craig Johnson, author of the Longmire mystery series, of course. It's not. I'm sorry, it's not tomorrow. Make that the Saturday, the 21st. So it's not for a couple weeks. Which, can I get there? Let me see. I'm going to check my schedule. Don't bother me. I'm just taking care of my own personal business. February 21st, I will be, I'm going to be doing hockey game. Darn it. I don't think I'll be able to, I might miss him. Maybe I can get Craig to visit me. I don't know, but he's going to be in Jackson here in a couple weeks. Wind power is in the news, including Wyoming's top officials. That would be the State Land Board. They voted yesterday 3-2 to begin a legal process that would wipe out two controversial state wind leases in Converse County and in Niobrara County. Remember, originally it was just Secretary of State Chuck Gray out on an island, the sole naysayer, the sole dissent, saying, I don't like wind. Everybody else voted for it. Now, look at this. Chuck's got Christy Racinas and Megan Degenfelder thinking his way. The Superintendent of Public Instruction, Degenfelder, Auditor Christy Racinas, voted in favor of wiping out these two new wind projects, while Governor Gordon and Treasurer Kurt Meyer stood firm in wishing them to go through. Interesting how the tables have turned on this one. Meanwhile, private landowners, particularly ranchers, where these projects are proposed or future projects, say, hey, it's our right to do with our property as we wish. You can't wreck our thing. Now, this vote, by the way, the State Land Board, concerns state land where the turbines would be on, but it does border private property. One of these projects, the Pronghorn 2 one, has a great majority of the turbines, the windmills, proposed for private property, then leaking over into some state land. But on private property, you know, with the whole fever right now against wind power, I think, what did Claire McFarland called it something? She had a perfect word for it. Right now, wind power is not a favorite topic of many in Wyoming, and it's got ranchers worried. Ranchers say, don't bash us for using our private property rights to put up wind energy. What else is going on in the news? Oh, yeah, the baby changing station. Holy creepy. I have never changed a baby on a baby changing station in the toilet, in the bathrooms. But I do use them to change clothing. It's a long story, but I often have to do a change like Superman in the phone booth. And I do like set clothing on. And now that I know that those things are like the most bacteria gross things ever, including a popular place for drug kingpins to cook up crack. What? Sheriff of Teton County, Idaho, has put out a public statement warning folks, hey, please don't use changing tables for cooking crack. A makeshift crack cooking station was found at a gas station the other day in Teton County, Idaho. And Greg Johnson has the story, found a Cheyenne gas station that also said, a worker there said, yeah, I would never put my baby on one of these. Not necessarily because of the drug residue, but just we clean them twice an hour and they still don't stay clean. Oof. Yeah, imagine what is on if you could see it with like the ultraviolet light. What kind of gross goo is on the baby changing station? Probably not healthy. Yeah, you didn't know we were going to talk about that on this Friday, did you? Sheriff warns, that is such a Friday Florida story. Sheriff warns, don't use baby changing tables for cooking crack. That's our big lead story of the day. Let's do weather, the day weather forecast. Still pretty nice, and that extends into the weekend a little bit. Things start breaking down next week. We can expect some snow next week, early and late next week. Casper, sunny, 64 today. Cloudy, breezy overnight, by the way. Sunny in Riverton, highs 58. Evanston, mostly sunny, 53. Green River, you'll top out at 54. Gorgeous day in Green River yesterday. I was there for basketball. Sunny and 49 in Pinedale. Alpine, sunshine and 46. DuBois, 56 degrees in Never Sweat, Wyoming. Woo! That's pretty warm. That might be a record falling in DuBois for Feb 6. If they hit 56, I think that's a record. I'm guessing. Jackson, 43 was sunshine. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, highs 62 today. Cody, sunny, 61. Buffalo, sunshine, 64. It's a hot spot in the state. Buffalo. Sheridan, sunny, 62. Gillette, sunshine, 62 as well. Newcastle, sunny and 58 today. Plenty of sun in Torrington with a high of 63. Newcastle, I said Newcastle. Lusk, sunny, 57. Cheyenne, 58 degrees, sunshine. 56 and sunny in Laramie. And Rawlins, 57, sunny. Across the state today, 50s and 60s, with the exception of some mountain communities and due to their elevation, you know. But you watch DuBois. I can almost guarantee that'll be a record. DuBois is a mountain town. It's high, and it's not, even on nice days. I mean, there can be warm-ups in DuBois, but not like this. That's going to be a record. I'll ask Don. I can make a note for myself. 56 in DuBois today for Feb 6. That's got to be a record. I don't know where to go to look that up. Maybe if I won't have to bother Don, if he would just tell me what website has that. I've tried to go to the National Weather Service and NOAA and all that. DuBois 56 on Feb 6. Note to self, note to Don. Record? I would think so. That's a warm up. And this isn't like weird 1 week Chinook winter. This is our winter. This is the new winter. Maybe. I mean, next year it'll probably be ferocious. I don't know when we pay for it, but I'm enjoying it now. I don't know when we have to make the deposit, but the withdrawal this winter season, I'm totally for it. And I know many people love winter and they like to do things in the snow, and there's snow. You can find some. But personally, any day I don't have to go work that shovel is a good day. Any day I don't have to worry about slipping and sliding, just trying to get to the truck. I'm liking it. This no snow winter. I like it a lot. This no winter. I'm going to take our first break of this hour, and then, I might do early this day in history because of the schedule. On the schedule, we are jam-packed. Next hour, back-to-back guests, same for hour 3. And I don't know when else I would sneak it in, so we'll pop it in here early. What do you think? February 6th, what happened on this day in history? That's next, after the break.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Well, as fate would have it, as the calendar would have it, hardly nothing happened on this day in history. It's kind of a day in need of excitement, of news. Here's this day in history. 1899, the Spanish-American War came to an official end. It's an almost completely forgotten conflict these days. Spanish-American War, you ask the average a high school kid, and they probably couldn't tell you what it was. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't alive back then. Who were we fighting and why? It was a controversial war back east. In the West, however, enthusiastically approached. Wyoming, one of the locations where volunteer cavalry regiments were formed. Wyoming's contribution to the Spanish-American War, heavy casualties, mostly through train accidents, shipping troops to war, as troops were being sent to Florida prior to the invasion of Cuba. Spanish-American War came to an end this day, 1899. 2004 on this day, Cessna T-206H crashes near Rawlins, killing the pilot. The passenger did survive. And on this day in 2007, Susan Serini Wong of Laramie was issued a patent for soil sample containment device. That shows you how this day in history is in need of another installment. Not much significant needs to happen this day to get you on the list, let's say. When of the three elements, there was a Cessna plane crash and the very riveting 2007 patent issue to Susan for her soil sample containment device, otherwise known as a shovel, right? I mean, what's a soil sample containment device? A shovel with a box on it. Joint Appropriations Committee, they've been busy, again, denying money anywhere, everywhere. They don't want to spend much at all. We'll talk about the budget with Governor Gordon. I'll be very interested to see how the body, the legislature as a whole votes, because the Appropriations Committee, made up of 12 of the smartest guys in the room, have been very aggressive with budget cuts after the governor turned in a pretty lean budget, from what I understand. Just the basics. The governor went through with he sharpened his pencil and turned in what many said at first glance, I remember, was a pretty lean budget. And of course, the budget's always balanced in the state. We don't run in the red. That's not how Wyoming operates. State constitution says Wyoming must balance its budget. And we have a pretty good rainy day fund. We have a robust investment fund that Treasurer Meyer is making bank on, literally. So the sky is definitely not falling, yet the governor turned in a nice trim budget. He even cut Business Council money in half. They asked for $111 million, and the governor said 54 ought to do it. And then the Appropriations Committee said $2 million ought to do it, and there's no tomorrow for you. Shut your doors. Woo! Then cuts to the University of Wyoming. Refusal to engage in a discussion about increasing pay for state employees. The Appropriations Committee has been stingy in their committee meetings leading into this budget session, no doubt. But will there be an appetite for that kind of belt tightening at the body of the House as a whole, and particularly the Senate, often known as the grown-ups in the room? But remember, it was the Senate last session that said no to the governor's supplemental budget. Every off year when we don't discuss budget, the governor comes with emergency hat in hand saying, well, we had wildfires, we had unexpected things, we're going to need this much more for the budget. And it's almost always a slam dunk, like rubber stamp. Good. Or, sometimes there'll be some cuts. If you really don't like the governor, if you want to prove a point, you might hem and haw over a few things. But in recent history, it's never been denied, this supplemental budget. It was last year. The Senate said, thanks, but no thanks. Nope. And they sent Governor Gordon home empty-handed with that supplemental budget. So there is a track record of, and that whole movement was spearheaded by Senate President Bo Biteman. So if Biteman and his crew on the Senate side want to be as stingy as it looks like the Joint Appropriations Committee wants to be, if the House Freedom Caucus does rule the day there, we may see drastic budget cuts that I know the governor will say are going to be harmful and for no reason other than spite. According to the governor, he'll be on and he'll talk about it using his words, not mine. But the cuts, as far as UW, we had on yesterday Chad Baldwin from the university. And I talked to Chad about the Appropriations Committee and their proposal to cut some $40 million to the block grant, which is the state money towards the state university. And Chad mentioned something that was news to me. My ears perked up. And Claire McFarland now has seized on that with a story today. Two of the institutions in Laramie at the college, at the university, would be shielded from the cuts. And they were the ag department. I think the Appropriations Committee was very much for the ag, which is called, let's see, what are they actually called? The J. Kemmer Worth Institute, which feeds tourism and hospitality, and a program that innovates and researches oil and gas industry technologies held within the High Bay Research Center. We've often talked about some of the advancements and innovations of the oil and gas industry made by college kids, by the university. Been on the forefront of that. So it's not ag, it's the Worth Institute and programs that innovate and research in oil and gas. They would be exempt from the cuts. Interesting tie, by the way. Wyoming Freedom Caucus has some financial ties to Jay Kemmer and Karen Kemmer from Jackson. The Kemmers, of course, own Jackson Old Mountain Resort, and I think might have recently sold it. I can't remember, but for a long time they've owned it. They've been good stewards, good owners. The Kemmers launched the Worth Institute in 2024 with a $5 million gift matched by $1 million of state money. And there are ties to the Kemmers with the Freedom Caucus. The Kemmers gave some money to the Wyoming Freedom PAC, which is the Wyoming Freedom Caucus campaign arm last year. Now, the contribution was $5,000. It doesn't seem like a ton. But there was money that exchanged hands. Kemmers gave half that amount to the PAC in 2024. So the Kemmers have supported the Freedom Caucus. And the Freedom Caucus in turn said, okay, your Worth Institute at the university could be exempt from the cuts we're proposing. Interesting. Certainly, you always have to, as they say, follow the money. Meanwhile, as Claire McFarland points out in the story, if there are two institutions at the university that are shielded from proposed UW budget cuts, that means whoever is not shielded is going to feel deeper gouging. And what would that mean? What would that look like? Chad Baldwin, when He was on yesterday, said it would mean the elimination of major and minors curriculum would be affected. Possible jobs would be affected. Teachers would have to be let go, assistants, stuff like that. Yeah, it would be felt. $40 million cut would be significant and would be felt. Senator Mike Drew, Democrat Jackson, blasted any proposed cuts to UW, doesn't like it. He said, hell, if we don't like picking winners and losers, and that's the rhetoric towards the Business Council, this is exactly what we're doing here. We're picking winners and penalizing the loser when it comes to the University of Wyoming. Good point, Senator Drew. Okay. That, and I do want to talk some Olympic nonsense. I don't know if I'm a huge Winter Olympic fan, or I'm not an Olympic fan at all. If I were to be a fan of the Olympics, it would be winter, because, I mean, what do they do in summer? A bunch of track and field stuff. I cannot get excited about seeing men and women run faster than each other. Horses? Maybe. I could do horse racing. But to see a bunch of guys from Africa representing the United States jumping over hurdles, I'm like, So I guess I would do Winter Olympics because that has skiing, which has the potential for real bad crashes, which, hey, let's face it. Are you watching downhill skiing to see somebody skid across the finish line with a great time, or are you waiting for that inevitable yard sale? I watch skiing for the crashes, hockey for the fights, and Winter Olympics wins out over summer. So I might watch a little bit. Definitely going to see Jalen Koff do her thing on the moguls. And I might tune in just for the controversy to the long jumping. I heard this yesterday on BBC, so it has to be real news. If I read this, I would assume Justin Hathaway's Casper Planet was hard at work if I read this on the interwebs first. Story is the great crotch gate when it comes to the Olympic long jumping. What? Yeah, crotch gate 2025. It concerns now I having trouble going to the website. My computer thinks it's a viral, it probably is, probably full of all kinds. Supposedly, and this started with Norway attempting to cheat on the long jump. Where is it? I think it was Norway. Yeah, the Norwegian team in the ski jumping season altered their suits. They manipulated their suits to gain an aerodynamic advantage. Now, you think about ski jumping. You're soaring through the air. You're floating in the air after the jump. And the longer you can create loft, wind resistance. In other words, if your suit had wings, that could give you another 5 meters. And if you're doing a 90-meter jump, that's all the difference between a silver and a gold, or a gold and no medal. But obviously, you can't fashion your own uniform. Your suit has to adhere to an IOC rules, the International Olympic Committee. They govern what you can wear. And what the Norwegian team was doing, I guess, is unstitching the crotch area of their suits. That's got to be a little bit of a cold wake-up call, right? They were unstitching the crotch area at the seam of their uniform, allowing for, as you can imagine, a real cold breeze down there. Woo! But what you won't do to gain an advantage in Olympics, including freezing your pee-pee off. I guess it's worth it. If you how bad do you want this, Norway? The Norwegian coach probably lined up his guys, and he's like, look, I got this great idea. We could win this long jumping thing. Here's what it's going to take. You got to freeze your balls off. Are you committed? Yes, sir. Jawohl. What do the Norwegians say? Da, ja. Yeah, we do. And so they got in trouble. They're banned for 18 months. The Crotchgate scandal. Norwegian head coach Magnus Brevig and his staff member Adrian Littleton banned for 18 months for inserting illegal stitching into the crotch area of the suits in order to enhance lift. Now, it doesn't end there. Supposedly, and this is rumor, it hasn't been proved yet, supposedly other countries and other teams are looking into the whole crotch area to create lift. And supposedly some of them are doping, using drugs to make their penises bigger, not in order to pleasure her or have nothing to do with sex or the other sex, or it's simply for the love of country and to make you fly farther. The bigger your crotch area, anything down there, if you make it bigger, you'll fly farther. The numbers don't lie. The World Anti-Doping Agency is looking into it. Are athletes really doing this? Injecting things into their wee-wee to make it bigger. They're injecting hydraulic acid, which, by the way, is not a banned substance, I believe. And all in the attempt to make the crotch area bigger, including now also, I'm not kidding, oversized underpants, anything to build up the crotch area, a la, what's the Rolling Stones guy who used to do that? Are you packing? Are you long jumping in the Olympics? Are you just happy to see me? Yeah, it's a real controversy. I would have thought it was fake news, but I did hear it on the BBC, and they don't fool around.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show as we wrap up our pre-Olympic coverage. Olympics begin tonight. And of course, the latest controversy, penile enlargement in the Olympic ski jump competition where extension matters on your jump, not necessarily her pleasure. On that note, Josh Dorrell joins us, Wyoming Business Council. Josh, I want to put to bed some myths, some misconceptions, Wyoming Business Council, and I can run down the list because I've heard them all. Josh is, of course, the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council. How you doing this Friday?
Well, I'm doing great, Jake, and I'm happy to talk about a few of these myths and get the right data out there.
Excellent. One big thing, you're going to tell me whether they're myths or not, but we hear this a lot from many lawmakers who say there's no need for a business council or they don't need as much money, is the government shouldn't be involved in this. The private sector will take care of it. We hear this over and over again. If this is a great business idea, it'll fly. Can the private sector take care of this?
Well, I mean, the private sector can take care of a lot of things. But one of the things that we find is that in Wyoming, there are some significant gaps that we have that we've got to shore up. And so as a result, we've got to do some government intervention. One of the things that people often sort of think about is this: if we could create this utopia of free market in Wyoming alone, then everything would just be fine. Well, unfortunately, our neighbors don't play with the free market. And unfortunately, businesses are mobile. And so what we see is people leaving, and that is the market. I think the idea of a free market is great, but the reality market is that people move around, businesses can leave, and other states are playing a different game. And in some ways, we've got to play it too, again, if we want to have a thriving economy.
Totally. I saw that with Weatherby. I've seen it with companies that are leaving something they don't like and saying, where should we go? There has to be, you don't live in a vacuum, Wyoming. You are out there in a competitive field. We're seeing it a little bit on the rodeo, the PRCA thing as well. Okay, how about this? You know, when the Appropriations Committee started meeting like about a month ago, and they were proposing all these cuts to a budget turned in by the governor that was fairly trim, according to many people who got eyes on it. You had this feeling that, is Wyoming going broke? Is the sky falling? But we got a huge rainy day fund. Treasurer Meyer is just killing it, return on investment. We're okay. I mean, could we be better? Maybe, but we're not broke.
Yeah. Well, we're not broke, but also we're actually not even in a budget crisis right now. So we have money available left over that is going to be put in savings in this session. So, I could understand cuts if things were really tight. We went through that back in 2020, where we had to reduce the amount of money that we were using at the state. But now we're not in that position. We have money flowing in, and I'm not saying we should use it all, but I don't think that we should cut indiscriminately just for that. Plus, at the Business Council, at least in our programs, for every dollar that is in our Business Ready Communities program or our venture capital fund, that turns into $25 into our communities. So that's a $25 economic impact. and it brings $65 back to the state. And so investing in a vehicle like this makes a lot of sense for Wyoming.
Wyoming Business Council, one of the things you tout yourself as doing is creating capacity, making infrastructure, making it so things can thrive and move and go. And you're putting like-minded, brainy people together with other brainy people using, our smart. I don't know what you call it, but nobody knows what to do. That's our next initiative. Talk about that.
Well, I think that what we've found is that every time we go into at the local level and we sort of raise the bar, what we see is that the local level can respond. And, we have a program called Assessment to Action, where we go right into a community. We build teams that can work for a particular problem. And we ask them to work over the course of many weeks, so 10 weeks or so. We don't come in for a few days and say, here's some techniques, good luck. Instead, we work with them over the course of time. And what we see is locals building strong teams, solving problems. And then more than anything, they're taking that and then they're moving the needle economically. And I think that that's really a big component of what we do, is that service side of it. So it's not just money, because money a lot of times just hides problems. It doesn't actually solve them. So we want to have a combination there of problem solving and the right tool to solve it. Sometimes that's money.
We're talking to Josh Dorrell, Wyoming Business Council CEO. Let's talk about the idea that Wyoming needs to grow, should grow, don't want it to grow. Me personally, I would say I'm a no growth guy, but I'm not really. Here's what I have. I'm in Jackson and I see it growing, and I see the pains brought on by growth, which is basically housing and the increased prices of stuff. But that's exactly why we probably do need something like a business council to address housing, to address the pain, smart growth. So I'm not anti-growth. I'm just worried about growth, and we've got to get ahead of it.
Yeah. Well, I think every community in Wyoming has a slightly different growth problem. And I think what we want to do is make sure that communities that can and want to grow have the tools available then to grow. We're not saying everybody should implement the exact same plan and everyone should be required to grow. I think what we have in Wyoming is a sense of independence, but we're a rural state. And I think people don't understand it's a slippery slope about growth. And people say, well, we don't want to become Denver. Colorado is 10 times the population of Wyoming. It'd take us a long time to do that. And I just don't see that happening. I think growth for Wyoming is moderate growth. And it is really about, bringing our families together and making sure that our youth have opportunities. Jake, we did a webinar yesterday, and of the 270 people that showed up to watch it, almost 500 registered. So more will be watching. People said they want availability of opportunities. They want to make sure that they have career growth. And without the economic growth in our communities and even population growth, we're not going to be able to offer career growth to those young professionals and mid-career professionals like you and I.
Out of control, unplanned growth can lead to issues, big city issues like we do see in Denver. But the other side of it is stagnation, recession, depression, shrinking economy. And nobody wants that either. There's a sweet spot. As you said, you had Wyoming Tax Facts Lunch and Learn webinar, and some things were exposed. Here's a surprise that is exposed by, I think, your own polling. Nobody wants tax increases. That sounds right, but is it?
Well, I think we all think that. And if you were to ask somebody, would you rather pay more taxes or not? Well, people are going to say that they don't want to pay more taxes because you don't understand what they're used for. But what we did is we couched it as, if you were able to grow the economy and make sure that your community had the amenities and things like that, and really the opportunities for growth, would you do it? And 35% said, yeah, I would pay slightly higher taxes if it meant economic growth that would allow businesses to thrive and families to stay together. And so I think what we're seeing is that people are starting to understand that, one, Wyoming has an incredibly low tax environment. We are just in the great position from a taxpayer's perspective. However, from a revenue perspective at our local levels, they're hampered by that low tax. And so we have to find a balance. I definitely don't advocate high taxes. That's causing places like California to have some challenges, and as well as their overregulation. But I think what we've got to do is realize that those are tools. Revenue is a tool to help our community stay strong, and that's going to help businesses thrive.
We're doing some myth busting here with Wyoming Business Council. Josh Dorrell's with us. Let's talk about timing. We mentioned Wyoming doesn't live in a vacuum. We can say, oh, businesses just have to want to come here instead of somewhere else, but that's not a level playing field. Another external force is timing. Where is Wyoming as far as the economy growth? Are we at a crossroads? Timing is always important. Can we just wait around and see if the economy improves? Or, I mean, what is the dangers of just doing nothing and waiting it out?
Well, I think the danger is that for every year that you wait, that really slows things, and you start to lose an understanding of what the future is going to bring. So there's more uncertainty. And so when we look at the growth in some of our communities, especially in certain sectors like manufacturing or data centers, and you look at the places that have done it well, and that takes time. We're talking, 10, 20 years to see a result. And so the longer we wait, we just push it out there. Also, we don't know what those external forces like the energy markets that push us around quite a bit are going to do in the next few years. And so what we've got to understand is that while we have, you kind of have to make hay while the sun shines. And while we have some good revenues coming in, we need to make sure that we're investing into the future.
And finally, on the list of myths, someone else needs to tell us what to do. Is there a someone else? Wyoming Business Council has been a real player. I mean, how long has Business Council been doing what they do?
Yeah, we were put together in 1998. So quite a while,
And there's so many things right now in midstream. I mean, to pull the plug and pull the money right now, it would be, I mean, tell me, Business Council has stepped in this gap and provided a service for the economy, for the state economy, and to shut it off now, that's drastic.
Yeah. Well, and especially at a time when we're seeing the other external forces at play, and Wyoming is in a spot where we are actually making a difference on what we would call the non-resource GDP, and that's all of the work we're doing in light manufacturing, whether it's data centers, and the non-resource GDP has actually grown since 2020. Without that growth, we would be in a much different position. And so I think it's really important that we don't think about, someone else can save us. We've got to really do it ourselves. And I don't think we should wait for the federal government. I don't think we should wait for our neighbors to stop playing the game, because they're not going to. I think we have the ability to do it ourselves, and we understand Wyoming better than anyone. And so I think it should be us.
In over 2 decades of doing what you do at the Business Council, there's been some times where maybe you wanted to do over a mulligan, but you're batting way better than, what? I mean, if somebody at legislation, when we meet starting on February 9th, and they say Appropriations Committee recommended we don't need you anymore, Josh, what say you? And they sat you down and put you on the hot seat. What's your assessment? What's the report card? Would you say, hey man, 8 out of 10 times we provide this benefit, and here's what would happen if there isn't a world without us?
Yeah, again, that number I mentioned about, $1 invested into the Business Ready Communities program and YBC has turned into $25 in our communities and brought 65 cents back. So it's like, who wouldn't take that investment, first of all? But second of all, I think it sends a strong signal, and people are watching, and people sometimes get really, thinking that we do live in a vacuum or a little bit of a bubble. We don't. The world is watching. Our youth is watching. Our mid-level career professionals are watching, and they're saying, do we want to be in a place that doesn't invest in the future and invest in the potential of the people who live here?
That is important too, because yes, we keep hearing that that argument that too many of our kids, too many of our smart kids, they graduate, they move on, and they move out. And that loss, that out-migration of talent is not a good thing. So, yeah, you got to create some kind of positivity in an environment. Yep. Josh, thanks for being on. I get it. Let's take the message to Cheyenne here next week. Budget session underway. We'll see. Wyoming Business Council, Josh Dorrell. Thanks, buddy.
Jake.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily. That'll do it for the first hour. More coming up. Stick around. Close. Time for top of the hour news now for our radio affiliates. Let's do that. I'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. State Senator Ed Cooper is retracting a statement he made last week accusing the National Freedom Caucus Network of hinging campaign donations to its local members on their voting records. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the state senator says that he cannot substantiate the claim.
The original quote was that the State Freedom Caucus Network was infusing money toward candidates based on how they voted. And he didn't go so far as to say that's outright incorrect, but he did say he could not substantiate it. And so it was incorrect to say it.
Because he wasn't able to verify the information, Cooper didn't go so far as to call the claim incorrect. Two Wyoming ranchers say diversification of their land is key to their survival and that property owners should have the freedom to decide what to do with their land. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the ranchers say that includes allowing wind farms and other energy development.
These two ranchers are saying that Wyoming's energy industries are vital. We have to protect them and we have to support them. And the decision to support energy development through leasing of private property should be the sole decision of the private property owner.
In an editorial letter shared with Cowboy State Daily, Rob Hendry and Scott Sims says a landowner's right to develop their property as they see fit has always mattered. Private property rights, they argue, are not an abstract political talking point in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and, above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A misstep left a wildlife photographer with a broken leg in a remote area of Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Marcella Herdova made it back to her car, but it wasn't easy.
About a mile and a half in from the parking lot where she and one other person had started, she just stepped in a snow-covered hole and ended up breaking her leg. That in and of itself isn't that big a deal, but there wasn't any cell service where they were. And so what ended up happening is the other person she was with went and retrieved a branch, and they kind of made a makeshift crutch out of it.
Cade Cole, a backcountry adventurer, tells Cowboy State Daily that Marcella's story is a, quote, spooky, unquote, example of how quickly things can go wrong in the wild. The world-famous Grizzly 399 and her 4 cubs will be honored with a bronze sculpture at the National Museum of Wildlife Art in Jackson. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the piece will be dedicated on September 9th of this year.
Jocelyn Russell has sculpted everything from a herd of life-size elephants to larger-than-life animals for a variety of different institutions. And she was approached by the Grizzly 399 Legacy of Love project to make a larger-than-life sculpture of Grizzly 399 and the quads, which are the 4 cubs that she emerged with in May 2020. The sculpture is well underway. Russell told me that it's been sent to the foundry.
Grizzly 399 was a world-famous grizzly bear from the Grand Teton National Park, whose calm roadside presence captivated thousands of tourists annually before she was struck by a car and killed in 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, and we welcome into the discussion Matt Fields. He's the Mac Daddy of Blackout, the robot that's going to dominate. And Jacob Fields going to do the programming to tell Blackout what to do. I think what Blackout has to do is like throw a ball, but we'll find out. It's all about robo stuff. And circuit breakers, a relatively new team in the 4-H robotics world, which is known as FTC or First Tech Challenge. That's teams smarter than you and I. And these kids, they've fashioned this robot Blackout. It's going to compete in the Governor's Cup, which I'm not familiar with. I know a lot of first contests. And you guys have been in them since 2022, relatively young team. First, tell me about how you formed. That was not that long ago because this Robotronics, this whole thing is, the robotics has been super popular STEM curriculum for many high schools in Wyoming. Powell's great at it. We got one, Robo Bronx and Jackson. When do you guys, you got to it in 2022? How'd the team form and what happened?
Yeah. Hey, Jake. Thanks for having me on here. We started out in 2022. Ours wasn't just to get robotics for kids, but these guys, Wyoming's kids are really smart. And we jumped into it because we wanted to really start Wyoming on the right pathway and kind of investigate some ways to get kids involved in STEM and tech. And so we started out here out of Laramie County, and I've been working on growing it, learning out how the ins and outs of it work. But this team, the kids are mostly rural. We brought them in. Some of them drive about an hour and a half one way just to come in to work on this stuff. So a lot of dedication from these guys. Really smart too. So the robotics we started in 2022 because these guys were going to be moving forward. We could see their potential. And they started out with these little Lego robots initially, and then kind of jumped into these bigger robots as they got older. But they're programming in Java, they're using AI, they're using a bunch of stuff. So these kids have really shown they've got a lot more than most of us here, and are really smart at what they're doing. And they've got the intuition to jump into it and just take the risks that come with it. But yeah, these kids are great, and we're hoping to push them forward.
It's such fun watching these competitions and seeing what it takes. It's a kind of a mash of like super smart coding, AI, real computer code, like instructions on telling instructing a robot and what do you need it to do. And then there's also some mechanical stuff. Somebody needs to have get the screw gun or they need to be ready to go, the tool belt, and like sometimes just deconstruct. They're like, oh, we got to fix this. This broke. It's incredible. It's really tough. Now tell me about the competitions and what they are. I've seen you've been in a bunch of competitions, as many of these robotic teams. It seems the silver has been where you've been, the second place. It's time to get a gold, I think, in the robotic Olympics. But what do you do? What is Team 21618 and Blackout instructed to do for the most part?
Okay, so the first program, FTC, they start out with they come up with a game idea. Yeah. And the game idea is designed, they want kids immersed in tech and what the world is actually doing. So what they look at is what's currently happening in technology. Is it an Amazon robot that's running around grabbing stuff, picking it up? And they try to take this real world feedback, such as getting a robot to handle an object in a certain way, or a robot to do something in a certain way. And they feed this back into this game design and structure. And it's on a 12-foot by 12-foot field that they design it. And then they give it to the teams and say, okay, this year you're going to do this. And so this year's goal was essentially being able to move balls, pick up balls, launch balls through a short distance and put them into these baskets. But in addition to that, you have to arrange the balls in certain color schemes. And at the beginning of the match, the teams don't know what that is until the beginning of the match. The robots have to read a special QR code. It's called an April tag. Identify it, make a change within its code that then says, okay, great. The ball needs to be in a green, purple, green format. Rearrange how it picks up the balls. And then when it shoots them, make sure that the balls get into that right code format. Now, some of them will make mistakes, and there's still points associated with that. But realistically, the idea is to handle that ball, get that ball up, launch it sometimes up to 10 feet away, make it into the basket, and get it in an ordered structure. So the teams this year have really been struggling to get, how do we handle this ball? How do we launch that ball? Consistency. And there's a lot of difficulty around that. In addition to that, getting the balls when you launch them in the right format and order has been a lot of the difficulty they've been dealing with. So a lot of different specifics that go into that.
These contest scenarios, this is way more than a game, the stuff that teaches. As Matt Fields points out, Matt's with us from the Team 21618. That's the FTC robotics team in the Cheyenne area. Yes, Laramie County.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so Blackout, what you are instructed to do with the games, it does have I like the real life applications, because we're seeing this in a world today. For instance, Amazon's trying to AI its warehouses and order fulfillment, not using people, just have a computer go grab the right order that you just ordered and put it in something. Same stuff. What you're carrying out with these games, it's far more than a game. And you're trying to anticipate, you're trying to get a machine to do what's in your mind. Pick something up with dexterity and don't crush it. And then manipulate, do something with it. That's fascinating stuff. I want to share a photo here of the team. You met with the governor the other day. What is this all about, this Governor's Cup? Are you representing the state of Wyoming in this big competition coming up in D.C.? What's going on?
Yeah, so we are representing Wyoming in this upcoming Governor's Cup. And really what's happening is first has been trying to push STEM throughout the U.S. for quite a while, and actually internationally. And this Governor's Cup, the real focus is around taking, and at the very top level of the state, getting the governor, getting the politicians aware of STEM, how important it is, and then helping them, hopefully, to push STEM throughout the rest of the state. So in Wyoming, we've got robotics programs, we've got FTC, and you mentioned teams like Jackson and Powell, and we work with all these teams. But the idea really is to get our workforce, our youth ready for the future, the technology that's coming. And so this program is trying to get these governors and everyone else at the DC level involved to understand, hey, this is here, this is happening. These kids are the future of America. And what we're doing is trying to get these kids in there, showcase different things. I mean, these kids are doing light manufacturing, they're doing additive manufacturing, they're doing programming, AI, they're doing literally everything that we're going to be doing at a very light level for the future. And these kids are doing it. So they're showcasing that to drive home that image of these kids are smart. We need to enable them. And we need to drive this to the rest of the states through a top-down approach. And that's what the Governor's Cup is about.
Yeah. Next gen leadership being created right now in robotics clubs like this. Circuit Breakers 4-H robotics team 21618. They're going to compete. Governor's Cup, that's representing Wyoming, February 20 and 21. Is that right? In DC?
That is correct. Yes.
Wow. That'll be fun. I know who I'm rooting for. One other thing, give me an idea. Here's what I love about these competitions, by the way, and watching some of them and hearing the kids when they're interviewed. Very often they'll talk about, yes, there's a competitive level of trying to win something. You're trying to win this event, but there's the collaboration that goes on, learning how another team, let's say you go to this big event and this team from Texas is there and they we had that same problem. Here's how we got around it, making the arms so it didn't fall off. It's incredible how they work together, learn, and sometimes they have to team up in these competitions. So you get to pick the brain of other kids, and they're all working together in these competitions to all for the betterment of everybody. It's really neat.
Yeah, no, it is. Competition and being able to work with each other is a critical part of the whole competition. And what happens oftentimes, so here in Wyoming, as an example, you mentioned Jackson and Powell. We'll bring them up again. So we run a Discord group throughout the state for these robotics coaches. And we share, hey, we got these ideas. We had this idea. Sometimes they'll be like, hey, there's a team trying to start over here. They will send parts or pieces to that team to get them started and moving forward. At these competitions, you see this on the next level where each game, you've got a total of 4 teams. And these 4 teams are from completely 4 different places, right? And when you're working and stuff, pieces sometimes break, things happen. And when you go back to the pits where these teams are working on their robots, sometimes you have a battery die, control hub, you're missing a piece. Teams will go around to the other booths and say, hey, can you help us out? We're missing this, we need that. And sometimes they're giving entire pieces of robots to other teams to help them out. And teams have a practice of bringing these extra parts because they know it's going to happen. And it's a part of, hey, we're all in this together. Yes, it's a competition. Yes, there's going to be some winners and there's going to be some that don't make it, but we're all learning, we're all growing together. And right after this, all these teams then go out on these Discord groups and they're talking with each other. They're sharing ideas, thoughts, and passing stuff out. So they'll share CAD files or whatever else. And their idea is that united together, we all build something much bigger than ourselves.
It gives me hope in the next generation, certainly. Good luck to Jacob Fields, the lead student coder and team captain. Good luck to Blackout and represent Wyoming. Proud. Matt Fields with us from the 4-H robotics team 21618. That's Cheyenne based. The Circuit Breakers are ready to cause disruption, discord, and take it home, man. Let's win it all.
All right. Sounds good, Jake. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You bet. Thanks for being on. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got Don Day with some day weather forecasting. Record's going to fall today. I'm certain of it. We'll tell you where and who's going to be the warmest today and what kind of high we have to achieve to break a record. That's next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show, finally Friday. I'm Jake. Tonight, the Olympics starts, but the real contest, the real conquest happens in Washington, D.C., where the circuit breakers are headed for the Governor's Cup to represent Wyoming's nerdiest of nerds, and I mean that in the kindest way. The Fields are going to be there. Jacob Fields is leading the team. The first tech challenge on the Governor's Cup, the Robot Blackout, is going to do his thing for Robotics Team 21618. Make Wyoming proud. Let's hope so. That should be televised. Never mind the Winter Olympics. We need robotics to be televised. Don Day of the day weather forecast. Well, to recap it for you today, warm. I mean, unseasonably warm. Record-breaking warm, perhaps. There's Don Day. Don, I'm thinking maybe a record for DuBois. I know DuBois is such a little town. Do they even keep records? Could be a record high in DuBois.
Yeah, I don't know how far the records go back. Like a lot of places in Wyoming, you've got some databases that go way back, 80, 90, 100 years, and some areas that don't go very far back. So,
right.
It all depends on where they measure it too. Is it at an airport? Is it at a experimental farm? Is it, it's very important on not only how long the record goes, but where they measure from.
I'm looking at one graphic from our friends over there at NOAA, I believe, and the National Weather Service saying, watch for record-breaking highs today. Buffalo, 66, could be today's high. Previous record, 59. I think we can shatter that. Casper, Lander, Riverton, Rock Springs, Worland, all could see temperatures today that make records fall. Warm one, Don.
Yeah, springtime in the Rockies. Here it is.
Man, oh man.
I think you'll probably see the temperatures peak today, but there's still, we're going to hold this through Sunday.
Yeah.
So there's, we're just going over old territory here. We got to wait for this high pressure ridge to break down, which it is. Getting confident that we've got a change in the weather next week. Does it mean everybody gets a foot of snow next week? It doesn't, but it means we're on our way to getting there. As this high pressure ridge is so dominant, is breaking down, and there's a lot of readjustments going on in the northern hemisphere. I have to tell you, Jake, there's a lot of moving parts. We've got this change in the jet stream. We've got another stratospheric warming event mid-month. We've got a major change in the Madden-Julian oscillation out in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. And all of this is coming together towards the middle to the end of the month. So what it's going to do is you get a variety of scenarios that could unfold. But it certainly does look like the next couple of weeks, starting next week, we'll have plenty to talk about. And I've got great news for skiers. The western mountain ranges, all of them, from Arizona to California to Wyoming to Montana, to Idaho to Colorado, are all going to get back into the snow again for a good 2 weeks, if not longer.
Yeah, and that I did see that once in a while. I cheat on the day weather forecast and I check out my friends at Weather Underground. They're not nearly as good as you, in fact, but they've been, the last 72 hours, they've been all over the place as far as what they think we're going to get for snow in western Wyoming in the mountains for next week, Monday, Tuesday, an inch or 10 inches. That's all over the map.
Yeah, keep your expectations low with this first system.
Okay.
I mean, this first system is kind of like the sacrificial lamb because it's got to beat up against this high pressure ridge. So it's going to lose some of its muster and be disorganized, but you got to start somewhere, right?
Okay.
So, what the difference is, this system is going to be followed by another one, which will be followed by another one. They're going to be spaced about every 3 or 4 days apart or so. So it's the start of something, but yeah, don't expect this first one to be the savior, although this system is going to bring the first snowflakes they've seen in a long time to Utah and parts of Nevada, California. It's like the people in Salt Lake City may go into shock by Wednesday of next week. They may actually see a chance of snow.
Yeah, they'll say, what is that white stuff? Yeah, this sounds like if you're a skier or a snowmobiler ready for winter and just waiting for winter, you're kind of like rooting for Rocky in that prize fight. And early next week, it's not going to be the big, it's going to be the body blows that weaken the Russian fighter. Just a few body blows next week.
That's right. Yeah, body blows. There you go. Softening the defenses.
And then
this is the artillery.
And then the haymaker is coming like next weekend, maybe.
Right. So you soften with artillery, right, before you send the infantry.
Yes. And we have full-scale winter invasion is on the way from Don Day. Thank you, Don. Have a great weekend.
You too. See you Monday.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, we're getting there. Winter's been getting punched around by that big Russian fighter, but Rocky's about ready to take the fight to the opponent. A few body blows next week, late Sunday, Monday, into Tuesday, and then that breaks down this pattern of H, this high pressure pattern that we've been in. This is insane. Meanwhile, Midwest and the Northeast, they're getting more cold. Polar vortex kind of cold. In fact, one of our listeners chimes in. We had our one of our favorite listeners from the suburbs outside of Baltimore, Maryland, said, it's 12 degrees here this morning. The high is going to be 28. That's in Maryland, outside of Baltimore. Eesh. Meanwhile, Buffalo is looking for a record high today in the mid-60s. What can you make of weather? Maybe Janet can sort it all out. She's on the show now. Janet Lewis, this kind of weather makes for heart palpitations.
It does. We're worried about fire season.
Oh in February. That doesn't make any sense because normally in February we like to celebrate National Heart Month. Is that what you're doing? You're Red Cross Wyoming, yes?
Correct.
Well, nice to have you on. I want to talk. I want to talk about this family that's spearheading a movement for AEDs, or more importantly, it's not the gizmos that could save somebody in the event of cardiac arrest, but it's training and having something in place if something, like you got to know what to do to help someone. But let's talk about some of the numbers, Janet. Every year in the U.S., more than 300,000 people have a cardiac arrest, and it's usually not where you want one. It's not in the ER. It's somewhere out there.
You are 100% correct. And yes, if you're going to have a heart attack, hopefully you're in the hospital or the doctor's office, but 300,000 people have them outside of a hospital setting. And for children, 80% of those are in the home. So it's really vital that caregivers know what to do in that incident.
I think more and more parents who have a nanny or a caregiver or a babysitter or whatever, some of them do look for things like CPR certified, CPR trained. It's great to have some kind of knowledge of first aid. But for most parents, it's going to be just flat out panic time. If your child has some kind of heart event, you right away, you're going to go into panic. And even though you might know what to do in the back of your mind, it's going to be hard. So what can we do? What should we have in the home? Not everybody needs those paddle things, do we? How about just some training and knowledge, right?
Some training and knowledge goes a long way. We estimate that for every minute a person in cardiac arrest goes without CPR or defibrillation, their chance of survival decreases by 7 to 10%. So knowing CPR, knowing how to use an AED is vital.
Now, what's the AED? Is that the thing that breathes for you? What is it?
It is an automatic external defibrillator. It's just like those paddles that you see on the medical shows. And it's very easy to use. It's also a little pricey. So most families won't have one.
Yes, but things like schools could certainly have one. We saw the necessity for an elementary school needing one. We can talk about that in a minute. But yeah, you start to see them. I see them at a whitewater river rafting on the Snake River. There's a takeout where they have one, and they had to use it. These things are pretty vital. When you need one, and you're happy to have one.
Yes, we're working with the Smart Hearts Coalition, which is the Red Cross, the Heart Association, the NFL, to get defibrillators at every practice field and every playing field in Wyoming. And we're going to be at the legislature on Tuesday to encourage them to do that.
Okay, very good. Be careful. They're not in a giving mood, I hear. The Appropriations Committee, they're slashing fun. Yeah, just good luck with that.
Thank you.
This budget session. Janet Lewis is with us with Red Cross Wyoming. Hey, how about CPR? Now, I had CPR training many, many years ago. I'm sure I need a brush up. And I hear things might have changed, whether recommended, how often you might puff into someone, or how many compress. Like, I need to know the very latest. Where do I go? What is the thought now on CPR?
Well, the Red Cross, you're right, it has changed and updated. And the Red Cross teaches both traditional CPR, where you do the compressions and the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But we also do a free class called hands-only CPR, where you just do chest compressions.
Okay.
For the regular CPR, you can go to redcross.org/take-a-class, and they will get you certified and hooked up, and that includes AED training. And for hands-only CPR, we teach that all over Wyoming.
In fact, Saturday, March 7th at 10 in the morning, the Red Cross will be doing that at the Wyoming State Museum in Cheyenne. Yeah, and I'm also looking virtually. I'm on the website. I see it, redcross.org/take-a-class, and find out the latest. Classes can also be arranged phone calling 307-274-2074, 307-274-2074. It's the Red Cross Wyoming. How do you, Janet, cooperate with like the national movement? Red Cross Wyoming fits into the whole puzzle, I'm sure, with Red Cross Idaho, Red Cross South Dakota. Like, everybody plays together in the sandbox, and it's a nationwide movement.
That is very true. We have a saying that we're one Red Cross, so we all help each other. The Red Cross of Wyoming is our own chapter, but we're in a region with Colorado, and we do a lot of stuff with Colorado.
I have American Red Cross. I have 8 different 60-second PSAs we play on this station, and I rotate them through. And they are just 8 examples. Every one of them is a testimony of somebody who would not be alive today if somebody, a bystander, somebody in the family, didn't have some form of training. These people wouldn't be alive today. And that's just 8 of the many, many stories I'm sure there are. Because as we said, every year, 300,000, more than 300,000 people have some kind of cardiac arrest in an episode. Not conveniently in a hospital always. And for kids, it's usually at home. That puts the onus on you, mom, dad, caregiver. Get trained up. What else do we need to know, Janet?
Well, the hands-only CPR class is free. We have trainers all over the state. We'll come out to you. For the certification regular traditional class, we also have trainers across the state. And it is a little more intense, and you learn to do the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as well. And it's just vital. We as employees, take the regular traditional CPR class, and we read up the training every 2 years because, as you said, it does change.
For many people, I think of a lifeguard, you have to have CPR certification. That's going to be a requirement. And what about for businesses, for companies that want to do a group thing? Let's say, some business organization or maybe the folks at Cody Night Rodeo, maybe they say, you know what, we should all be kind of trained in this. Let's do a group class. We can just call and arrange that with Red Cross Wyoming.
That is correct. And we also have a program called Ready Rating for businesses to help them get ready for an emergency like a fire, a flood, an active shooter situation, a heart attack. A client has a heart attack in your store, all those kind of things. And it's all online and self-paced, and it's free.
Well, February is conveniently National Heart Month because it's, of course, the month that has Valentine's Day. We're going to give a heart, help a heart. It's all about the heart with the Red Cross Wyoming. Janet Lewis with us. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Jake. Have a good morning.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in our second hour after this quick break.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Finally Friday. I'm Jake, and news across the country and throughout the world. Today is, of course, the opening of the Olympics in Italy, and it'll take place without the Russians. Yeah, they didn't get the invite. Imagine that. The IOC not really happy with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia and Belarus disinvited from the Olympics. They will send athletes, however. 13 athletes from Russia and 7 from Belarus will partake in the Milan Cortina Games, but they'll do so without flags, colors, anthems, or any place in medal standings. They're officially stateless competitors competing not for their country, but as individual neutral athletes known as AINs. So I'm thankful that these athletes will get to do what they do, but we will not see some things like, that Russian hockey team, the famed Russian Army hockey, not going to be at the Olympics. Some indications that one of the more popular events might be figure skating. I love the figure skating. And there's some plots and subplots and stories to watch in figure skating, especially pairs figure skating. But also there's a Hollywoodization of figure skating. 2 Netflix shows are out right now regarding figure skating. There's always a movie about figure skating, right? Always. Like Heated Rivalry is one of them. Finding Her Edge premiered on January 22nd, and that's already been renewed for a second season. It's a kind of a soapy adaptation of a best-selling young adult romance from Jennifer Iacopelli of the same name, Finding Her Edge, popular on Netflix, renewed for a second season. A lot of folks watching that. Glitter and Gold is a 3-part docuseries that dropped on February 1st. It follows 3 of the ice dancers' top Olympic medal contenders. There's more of a real life TV involving skaters. And for me, guilty pleasure, if I ever had to admit to one guilty pleasure, it's The Cutting Edge. And I mean the original. There's been many remakes. The Cutting Edge 1992. the hockey player that gets injured and he can't play hockey anymore, but he can still skate pretty good. Like he's not supposed to play a contact sport because I think he had a concussion or something. And he gets teamed up with the team figure skater, that hoity-toity rich girl who goes through her partner's like socks because nobody can work with her. She's impossible. What if the most unlikely pair I love that movie. I love the premise. I love anything that might be semi-hockey related. It's so good. Toe pick, The Cutting Edge, 1992. Greatest skating movie of all times. And yeah, and I do like the event. Winter Olympics. I like the hockey. I like the dude in the bobsleds. Mostly if they crash. I mean, you know, how exciting is it? People rattling on their cowbells and dudes losing, like laying down, going down like a rock. I want to see them like come out of the course and crash. I want to see the long jumpers crash. That's one of the greatest highlights of the agony of defeat. Remember that show, the old sports show? And they had that guy crashing on the long jump. The crashes, downhill skiing. Crashes are fun. Pair skating, I really like. That's hard to do, yo. That's like a artistry meets athleticism. It's so difficult. I like the pair. I like the figure skating. I like the hockey. And I like skiing events or events on snow if there's a possibility of crash. Olympics open today. Live stream events. The big opening in Italy is going to be tonight on NBC and Peacock. We're going to be rooting for many Americans, including a few Wyomingites. Did you know Wyoming is the only state that has ITE on the end of its peoples? I didn't realize that. Every other state, you would call the person, if you're from Utah, you're a Utahn. Idaho, an Idahoan. New York, you're a New Yorker. Or a Pennsylvanian. Wyoming's the only state that calls its people, correctly referred to its people as ites. You're a Wyomingite officially. The only state that does that. Here's a piece of trivia for you, Abby. Where's Rossi? Rossi said he was coming Friday. You heard him. Wednesday, said I'll be there. What else about Jalen Koff? Yes, I do have her schedule. Jalen Koff's going to be doing the moguls. She will compete early in the morning, February 10th, like 6:15 in the morning. Peacock live stream, Women's Moguls qualifying round, February 10th, 6:15 a.m. Round 2 qualifying the following day at 3 a.m. So Moguls not exactly in prime time. Peacock live stream of the Women's Moguls finals, February 11th, 6:15 a.m. These times are all mountain local. And finally, the Dual Moguls competition will be February 14th, 2:30 a.m. So set your DVR, set your device to record. That's a little... Actually, I'll be up. Nobody else will. Andrew Rossi will probably be awake that early. I'm just trying to see what the Olympics are going to be involved. Are you a big Winter Olympics guy, Andrew?
I'm not a big Olympics guy in general.
Yeah, I'm not either, but winter more than summer. Because summer is just like track, right? What else is summer?
Geez, track swimming's a big thing in summer, but maybe it's a big thing in winter too. I can't remember.
Yeah, I like winter. I like watching the dude sled. I like hockey, and I like the figure skating. I think that's fun.
Gymnastics, I think, is summer, and that's a good time.
Oh, yeah, gymnastics is super popular. Not with me, but yeah, some people's. Greatest ice skating, figure skating movie of all time, Andrew?
Oh, Flashing Blades, no doubt.
Not Blades of Glory. You mean Blades of Glory with Will Ferrell?
Yeah, I think so. It's either that or one of the old skating spoofs that they riffed on Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Oh. Andrew's got it. All right. Unique take on the Winter Olympics. Probably Andrew and I will not be among the Nielsen ratings you can count on for NBC and Peacock, but we'll see. I'm tuning in just because it's Winter Olympics. What else is going on other than the gigantic Grizzly 399 sculpture? I knew this was coming. I just didn't know when. Andrew tells us it'll be September. I love the National Museum of Wildlife Art. Who doesn't love Grizz 399? And who is the sculptor, Jocelyn Russell? She's somebody.
Yeah, she's done a lot of really significant wildlife sculpture projects. She sculpted a herd of elephants for the Smithsonian Institution. She's done lions and a whole range of wildlife. And she was picked out by the Grizzly 399 Legacy of Love project from the beginning to be the one to do a larger-than-life sculpture of 399. And I've spoken with Jocelyn several times now, and the thing that she keeps going back to is how she got photos, close-ups of Grizzly 399 from a lot of the photographers who took the best photos of her, so she could make sure that she got her face and everything just perfect so that when you look into the eyes of the sculpture, it's basically going to be as close as you can get to actually looking into the eyes of 399.
That's interesting. I like that commitment to authenticity. You and I probably, would say a bear is a bear is a bear. I don't know the difference between it looking at them, but boy, those wildlife photographers do. You ask like a Tom Mangelson, and he can tell you right away, one photo, that's 399 or it isn't. So I like that commitment to get it right. Details.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is going to be probably the de facto 399 memorial because as we know, she died in October 2024 and they cremated her. And it's unlikely that the National Park Service is going to do anything on a grand scale. Like the most I've heard them talk about is maybe putting a plaque at Pilgrim Creek to mark her home territory. But as people, we like to have a spot where we can go to memorialize certain things. And this is it's not the first statue of 399, not even the first statue of 399 in the region, but the effort that's going into this and the fundraising and the prominence of where it's going to be placed and the fact that it's within shouting distance of where 399 actually lived her life. That's a pretty big deal.
We see a lot of efforts to monetize 399 after her death, unfortunately. But to memorialize her, the National Park Service has shown a reluctance to go big with anything, really. They're like, hey, it's just grizzly bears. That's what we do. But out of the private sector and out of the art world, I think we could have expected a big splash, and I think this is it. Another thing I like about this sculpture, she has to have cubs, right? The piece of work has to have the cub, because that's what 399 was, the ultimate mom.
Yeah, and I think that's the crux in her celebrity, for lack of a better way to put it. Like, I didn't know who 399 was until the quads emerged. I know she was famous before then, but having those 4 cubs and rearing them all to the point where they could be on their own, that's what took 399 from being a local celebrity to an international icon. So there's no other way to depict 399 when you're doing a memorial statue than the quads, because that's when a lot of people actually started their own personal journey following 399. It's significant and it's worth memorializing.
Prior to that, it was her longevity and the fact that you could see her a lot, like a side of the road. It was just she was always around, and she was around for a long time. Like, she lived into her late 20s. But yeah, the cub, that when that year she popped out of the den with 4, people are astounded. That's unusual.
Yeah, I guess that if you wanted to do the most appropriate 399 memorial, put the statue right next to the road and have it be very dangerous for drivers. But I don't think they're going to go down that route.
No, she was really good at that, teaching her cubs to navigate people and cars. Unfortunately, it was a car that did 399 in. But the other thing I like about this work is I find it noteworthy. Its size. Almost always when I see a bear, piece of art, or a bear, like a taxidermy bear is the size of a bear. And when people do bear art, it's usually the biggest it is the actual size of a grizzly bear, to give you that sense of how big they are. I would have never thought to make 399 bigger than life, bigger than that. That's a smart idea, I think.
Yeah, it takes it up the extra level. And Jocelyn went on about that at length, about how she always tries to make her statues literally larger than life. Not to an absurd degree, but because if you sculpted 399 based on actual proportions, nothing saying you can't do that, but it'd be a little underwhelming because I think, I've seen grizzly bears mounted in museums, like actual ones, and they don't have the same sort of, impressive stature. And we're not talking about necessarily a 100% lifelike depiction of Grizzly 399. It's a monument. It's a memorial. It's meant to evoke the same sense of wonder and awe that the actual bear did. So that's why they originally planning to go life and a half. So that's life and 50%, but they ended up going life and 3/4. So she's going to be that much larger. And they're doing that just so she has more of that presence that she had in life in the statue that's going to memorialize her for generations to come.
The literal larger-than-life bronze sculpture of Grizz 399 is the Grizzly 399 Legacy of Love project, and it will be set for official unveiling debut with a dedication on September 9th at the world-famous National Museum of Wildlife History. Where is it going to be? Is it going to be outdoors?
It's going to be, it's kind of funny how this all came together. The museum set aside 3 spots at the main entrance for sculpture placement, and 2 of those had been filled when they started talking to the Legacy of Love project. And it just so happened that's like, well, what would be a better spot than this final spot right in front of the entrance for 399. It seems like it was meant to be. It's been available since 1994, and that's where the 399 sculpture is going to be.
Sounds fitting, perfect home for what is, I think, the most famous grizzly bear of all times in the world.
Without a doubt.
Andrew, what else is happening for you? Let's see. Daylight. Oh, yeah. We got to talk. Whenever I talk to you, we have to talk about weather. Weather is crazy. We may see some records fall today. I asked Don. He said, yeah, probably Buffalo expected to be high, maybe 66. Previous record 59. Casper tries to break a record of 62 today, and I think they may do it. Lander, Riverton, Rock Springs, Worland, everybody going to be pretty comfortable, pretty warm. What about you and Cody? Going to be nice?
It's already nice. Wow. I mean, it's a weird way of describing it, but I slept with my window open last night, and I am not somebody who's like, I like my comfort. I do not like waking up to a chill, but it's so comfortable, uncomfortably uncomfortable right now that I decided to give that a shot.
I like it a lot. I'm all about it. It has been a warm winter, although Don says things are changing. One thing we can rely on every February, every winter in season changing is daylight. And daylight's pretty predictable. Even I could get that one right. We don't need Don Day to forecast that. Daylight, the days are getting longer, as they say in February. We're going to tack on more than an hour by the end of the month.
Yeah, well, they're not only getting longer, they're getting warmer as well, because when you have more of that daylight sticking around, that warms the atmosphere, and that leads to a slow and steady increase in the overall temperature and everything. So that can actually help foster more snowfall, because when this air reaches here, it's warmer, and so you have more of that liquid, so it's wet, heavy snow rather than the dry stuff. So that could be a good thing if this shift happens. Like I speak to Don at least once a week about more in-depth weather stories and whatnot, and he said we're at the crux point or getting close to it, that if we don't see a shift, it's going to be a harbinger of not so great things going into the rest of 2026. So hopefully we will see that change, because it's the time of year that we need it, and we do need it. And not just here in Wyoming, Utah and Colorado are beside themselves at this point.
Yeah, snowpack is really starting to get thin across the West. And to break down this pattern we've been in, that's 2 months of this log jammy thing, looks like we're finally going to do it with the beginning of solar spring. Andrew Rossi has all that and more. Andrew, thank you. Have a great weekend.
You as well, Jake.
Thank you, man. Cowboy State Daily Show. Next hour, we got a busy one. Governor Gordon's going to be with us. Justin Hathaway with Casper Planet, I think. That's not 100%. Possibly Bill Sniffin. So I like we got some movability in the next hour. Aaron Brown, I'm pretty sure, is going to be here with Wyoming Highway Patrol. A lot going on. We're only halfway through the show. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. The State Land Board on Thursday voted 3-2 to begin a legal process that would cancel 2 controversial state wind leases in Converse and Niobrara counties. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Secretary Chuck Gray, Superintendent Megan Dagenfelder, and Auditor Christy Racinez all voted in favor, while Governor Gordon and Treasurer Meyer voted against.
So in the Constitution, there's language suggesting that for state trust lands, you gotta promote projects that are going to help fund Wyoming's school system. But as the months dragged on and wind became just this flashpoint controversy, a couple of them were like, yeah, this is clearly more important to people than was apparent earlier on.
The reversal follows 10 months of controversy and passionate public debate over the 2 projects, which are slated to cover several thousand acres of state and other lands. Wyoming Fresh Farm has been in the same location for 20 years, but Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that now the couple faces a forced annexation by the city of Cheyenne that they say threatens their business.
There is a meeting on February 9th where the city's going to be taking this matter up. They're hoping that supporters will come and speak up for the farm stand.
Co-owner Tommie Kniseley told Cowboy State Daily she started asking questions in 2022 when she inadvertently learned their farm might be in the pathway of the city's annexation plans. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted to shield 2 more institutions from its proposed $40 million budget cut to the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of those institutions shares a financial backer with the campaign arm of the Freedom Caucus.
The majority of the Joint Appropriations Committee on Thursday voted to shield the High Bay Research Center and the Worth Institute, a tourism school under the University of Wyoming, from a proposed $40 million cut to the university. So if you say that these 2 schools, these 2 centers can't suffer from the cut, then the other schools under the university will get cut deeper, right? Because they have to sustain the whole $40 million.
The Worth Institute and the campaign arm of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, some members of which voted to protect the institute, share a financial backer. A makeshift crack cooking station on a baby changing table at a gas station has prompted a warning from the Teton County, Idaho Sheriff's Office. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that even a Cheyenne gas station worker said he wouldn't change a baby on one of those.
I talked to a convenience store, so they have some horror stores. They say that it's almost impossible to keep them clean. Even though they go in twice an hour, every 30 minutes to clean those things, they still have people who do really disturbing things in those bathrooms, and they find drug paraphernalia there.
The plea by the Teton County, Idaho Sheriff's Office was accompanied by a photo of the baby changing table laid out with baking soda, a syringe, a lighter, tinfoil packets, and a carrying case that held the paraphernalia. And that's a look at today's headlines. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a fine late Friday. The governor of the great state of Wyoming, Mark Gordon, is with us. Governor, I was hanging out with some friends of yours just a little while ago. The Fields, who are sending that robot on behalf of Wyoming to compete. Blackout.
Oh, isn't that cool? Yeah.
Super cool.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for playing that moment of Zen music with Smokey telling us to be calm.
It's a good message right now. Be calm, because the message outside of Cheyenne, the message from the Appropriations Committee is the world's ending. We got to cut. Let's talk about let's start with the PRCA, Governor Gordon.
You bet.
This deal, just to recap, give background for folks, the PRCA looking to relocate, and we kind of forced their hand on that one. I don't know if they were ready to go this soon, but yeah, they may get out of Colorado. They could go to Fort Worth, Texas if they wanted. They could come to Wyoming, where it makes great sense, because PRCA is in our DNA. The rodeo is us, man. We've been doing it since before we were a state. Now, we need to attract PRCA, apparently, with money, $15 million from Cheyenne Leads. That's a private organization. And perhaps another $15 million of lodging tax money. Now, should you have to pay to play, this notion that Wyoming doesn't live in a vacuum. There are others who want the PRCA headquarters and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum. Why not here?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right, Jake. Look, I grew up rodeoing. My dad rodeoed at Cheyenne Frontier Days. He was part of the original RCA before it became PRCA. He actually was a member of the Turtles, which was, even before that. And, so it's something we've been doing forever here in the state. It's my understanding that the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, which is down in Colorado Springs, wasn't feeling the love that they needed to. And so they were casting about where can we go? And Texas has made a big play on all this. They've got some huge rodeos down there. My daughter, actually, when she worked for an oil company, was one of the mule skinners at the Houston Rodeo and stuff like that. And so they were anxious to try to draw this down there. That's a big deal. And the Cowboy Hall of Fame's in Oklahoma City already. So, there was some pull going that direction. And we kind of stepped up and said, look, Wyoming is the rodeo state, should be coming here. They like the idea. We're on I-25. We're on I-80. I-90 goes through on the northern part of the state. A lot of visitors would come here. And we've got the largest outdoor rodeo. So it made sense. Jake, the other thing about it is I think some people talk about this is just about Cheyenne. Let me tell you that for the last several years, we have been trying to work up, because we have a rodeo season. It's all, people go around, travel, and the rodeo performers go to different rodeos. And so we've been trying to figure out how we can get people here through July. They start, maybe go to Thermopolis, then go to the Cody Rodeo, then go to the Central Wyoming Fair and Rodeo, down to Rock Springs, Laramie Jubilee Days. Visit each of these towns and end up at Cheyenne Frontier Days with the Pro Rodeo Cowboy Hall of Fame.
What's good for one is good for all. Rising rodeo tide floats everybody's boat and roping horse and barrel racing horse. I mean, I know they rodeo in Cody, they rodeo in Jackson Share, they rodeo everywhere. But look, the daddy of them all is that 10-day deal, Cheyenne Frontier Days, and what a perfect marriage. CFD, PRCA, sounds so right. And on the intersection of Interstates 80 and 25, a lot of foot traffic, car traffic, truck traffic. Yeah. I like everything about it.
Just let me make one quick point. I mean, that's, I wonder if some of the opposition coming from the Freedom Caucus Club No crowd is because it didn't get to places like Cody. Well, they've got the shooting complex. I understand that. But what's good for Wyoming, just like you said, all around the state, that's good for raising it. And, we also have state fair, and we also have county rodeos all around the state. We need it. It's a good thing. So yeah. I hope the legislature will pull through.
Yeah, I mean, we all got to be pro rodeo on this. There's no time for politics, no time for holding grudges. Yes, message to Club No. There's going to be a message delivered Monday. It's your upcoming State of the State address. Give us a sneak preview, Governor. I know you turned in a 2-year budget. It was scrutinized, looked over, and even though lean to begin with, leaner still after the Appropriations Committee got done with it. So talk about that extreme slashing by appropriations, whether we'll see that carry through in this budget session, and was it necessary? Because again, the sky is not falling economy-wise. Wyoming's doing okay.
Yeah, no, we are, and I. There was a certain amount of theater that I think was sort of on display, and maybe a little bit of enthusiasm. Sometimes we get over our skis, which is why yesterday I think the JAC met and kind of went back and said, "Whoops, I think we made some mistakes here and there," and kind of proceeded. Our message is going to be, what is this state? What's its state's history? We always had people that had visions about the future. We're trying to figure out ways to make it better for their kids. We're proud of where we live, and we're independent. We want to make sure that we have the opportunities to be able to grow and expand. We've been blessed with our mineral resources, so we want to make sure they have a chance to go forward. But we've got to diversify our economy too. That's been a conversation since the founding of the state. In fact, you hear about those original conversations. It's all about, we've got to have a diverse economy. So there's that. We want to talk about the Business Council and how important that is for the state. We want to make sure people understand that the Indian Health Services we have a commitment, a treaty commitment that has to pass through from the federal government, not going to cost our taxpayers. We're going to make some of those points, and we'll see how the legislature goes. I think early days, there's always a lot of conversation. I do believe that if people sit back and think about our nation, this is the 250th year. We're the 44th state in the union. We came in with an ambition. And I think if we forget that we had that ambition, we wanted to make the place better for our kids, and we just think about what we can do for ourselves today, that's the hope I have, is that the legislature will see the bigger picture going forward.
It sounds like what you're talking about. You know, when you call an ambulance, you want one to show up. OBGYN, access to those. That's trouble throughout the country, but definitely in Wyoming. University of Wyoming money, business council. These are government basics that you're covering with a budget. Nothing extravagant, like the basic of running the state.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm glad you mentioned UW. That is part of our economic driver. You know, Jake, it's something that when I worked for Apache Oil Company, which got its start right here in Wyoming, our founder, Raymond Plank, who funded the Wyoming Futures Project back when the state was broke in 1980, because he loved this state so much, Raymond always said, you know, we need to have an economic driver. One of the economic drivers is going to be the research that can be done at that University of Wyoming. And so we've made big efforts over the last several years to push it that direction. Now cutting the legs out from underneath it, that wouldn't make sense.
I mean, honoring history in Wyoming, the two things that have been here before we were a state, rodeo and the University of Wyoming. Let's not walk away from them now. My goodness. Hey, let me ask you, Governor. So all this appropriations committee suggestions, these cuts are just a committee saying we suggest this. This is kind of the tone, the rhetoric moving into the budget session. But the House and the Senate are going to make those decisions. Now, what do you feel could happen? The House does have a primarily club no feel to it with the Freedom Caucus, and the Senate kind of turned on you last year with a supplemental budget. President Bo Biteman, that was the first time I ever remember supplemental budget getting a no. So, boy, I wonder what's going to happen in this budget session.
Well, you never really know. And I guess I grew up, you know, like I said, I grew up on a ranch, so you never know how a horse is going to start out from the barn. Sometimes it's a little bit bronky, and you just kind of have to hang in there in the middle of the saddle. And that's kind of the way this session is going to be, I think. You know, the way the budget proceeds, it comes out of the House. The Joint Appropriations Committee massages it. They make their recommendations. It gets introduced in the House. It goes over to the Senate, and there'll be discussions on both sides. There'll be some changes. I anticipate there'll be a lot of amendments that come. Some may be, you know, programmed from outside the state. Some will be legitimate efforts that are, you know, kind of thinking about what we can do to make the adjustments to help particular parts of the budget. Then that'll come to a conference committee, and eventually it'll end up going through on the votes. There's a lot of dynamics there. We intend to be very much engaged. You know, as I say, I think my job is to make a good recommendation. I think my job is to sort of point to where the future of the state should be, and I believe it should be remaining. We're still, you know, one of the top 3 lowest tax states in the country. We need to make sure that we provide a future. You know, we talk a lot about we're losing our kids. Well, we've got to make sure that there's a robust economy here to make sure they want to stay. And to your point, things like OB care, you know, that's just a given. I mean, if we want to have more families, we want to have more babies. We don't want people having to go to South Dakota or Utah or Denver or Billings to have their babies. We want them to be right here in Wyoming, where we know they're going to have the good care they need.
Extravagant spending, bloat, that's never a good thing in government, but I don't know that's where Wyoming is. We balance our budget constitutionally, and we always have, you know, between the rainy day fund, which is pretty robust, and Treasurer Kurt Meyer, his shrewd investments, the state's doing well, even through downtimes in energy. So I'm happy about that. Other good news. Tell me, Governor, what does this mean? This J.P. Morgan Chase, this the first ever summit. What's the relationship here? I'm hearing it's good.
Yeah, no, I think it's really exciting. You know, I'll tell you just a little bit about how it came. So we've had a relationship with J.P. Morgan, where you talked about the investments, and the state's portfolio is quite large. And so, even if all the banks in Wyoming got engaged, it still would overwhelm their ability to be able to, make sure they had the collateral there for it. So we've had a relationship with JP Morgan back when I was treasurer. And during the dark days of the Biden administration, I spent a lot of time talking about how important it was we keep our fossil industries alive and floating. They needed to be able to provide the power that we knew was coming. Jamie Dimon apparently heard that and kind of liked the fact that there was a governor stepping forward and doing that. And so this has sort of come together where Jamie said, I'm going to put almost $1 trillion out in the country to make sure that we are competitive, that we have the energy we need, that we have housing, that we have workforce needs. And I want to start putting this out places in the country. I think Wyoming, this is kind of with, I think, the spirit, I think Wyoming has its act together in most of these areas. And so what I want to do is I want to bring a group together, and we're going to talk about what we can do to help them get started. We want to also attract venture capital firms. So we had Apollo and others that showed up as well, sort of to put this networking together to kind of help build these industries. So we had everything from TerraPower there to little tiny groups that were just getting started. And to have that relationship, to have that access to JP Morgan, just an extraordinary moment in our history and a great opportunity to, from the private sector, be able to build up our businesses, just like we did with TerraPower.
I know you, I don't know if you might know of it, but your people tell me on the side, Governor, that the new morning consult poll information is in, and you're well thought of outside of the state of Wyoming. In fact, number 2 ranked popular governor. That's impressive.
Yeah. The top 3 governors are all Republicans. It's kind of funny. Kelly Armstrong, recently elected in North Dakota, sent me a funny little text. He said, I'm going to start a rumor of a scandal in Wyoming, because he was number 2. And then, Phil Scott in Vermont is number 1, has been number 1. My gosh, his numbers are unbelievable.
Yeah.
75, 74%, something like that. We're bumped up right at 70. Which is really nice to hear. I never take it for granted. But anyway, he said, so Mark, I want your help in Operation Maple Syrup, which is underway in Vermont.
Oh, no.
It's nice to have the competition, but, I think it just reflects the fact that we're doing a good job and people are interested in the future. They're not interested in going backwards. They want to make sure that this recipe of being conservative, not spending a lot of money, thinking about the future, diversifying the economy, and taking care of our people, that resonates.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being on the show. After the budget session, we got to get together, because I do want to understand your plans for the future. You've done too much. You've taken the state too far to, we got to be careful about where we move next, whether it's with or without you as governor. It's important to continue what you've been doing.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
State of the State. That's going to be live on PBS. Yes.
Yes, live on PBS Mondays, 10 o'clock in the morning, and should be a full house.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Governor Gordon on the show this morning. I think we're going to get in with Bill Sniffin next. That's the game plan anyway. Let's take a quick break and get that set up for you.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Fast-moving, finally Friday here at the Cowboy State Daily Show. Just trying to keep up. Bill Sniffin's here, a little bit late, but we had to slide him down a bit. Bill, we missed your annual comedy routine with Claire McFarlane and Lander on Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I missed it. I just couldn't be there, and they did okay. But Mark, he can't be as good a straight man as I have. Claire loves to just shock me, and
yes,
I'm trying to tell the news of the history of it, and she's
so cracking funny. Redneck jokes,
and she gets into the Lander versus Riverton thing, which is very real. I'll tell you, there's a lot of that in good nature, but some of it is really, there is a healthy competitiveness. But anyway, it's good to see you, Jake. And boy, you do fill your Fridays up anymore. As you know, I'm happy to be bumped especially for the governor, and that was very interesting to hear what he had to say. I thought that was great.
Yeah, this budget session should be a ton of fireworks going in. I mean, normally they're kind of sleepy. Every other year it's like, budget session, This one will be fun. Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be, I've been around these things for a long time, and it's just crazy how the legislature's evolved. And again, Jake, I go back so doggone far that I can remember when the legislature was balanced between Democrats and Republicans. And then it became overwhelmingly Republican, and now it's become this the Freedom Caucus, and then the Rhinos, and then a few little Democrats out there, but and they're not getting along very well. It's I don't know that the but I'm trying to say that word geniality, I think is the word. But anyway, whatever it is, they're not getting along very well. How about that?
I know, and too much mirroring what's going on in national politics. Wyoming legislature used to be like 5 years ago and prior, used to be held up as a model that worked really well. It was a great idea. It was just regular people, not professional politicians. They would meet for a brief amount of time every year and construct laws, and we would do it in a congenial manner, as you said. We were held up as the standard, and now we've kind of deteriorated right after everything else happening in U.S. politics. Ugh.
Yeah, it just isn't sort of not the Wyoming way.
Yeah.
We're all passionate about our ideas, but then we can slap each other on the back when it's done and say that was a good point, and we'll see you tomorrow. But now it's sort of like you're digging in and you're enemies forever. But I don't know. Jake, I'm trying to grow a beard because bitter Wyoming Februaries, they're just so gosh damned awful that, and you know what? I think it's going to be 60 degrees in Lander today. So I think I'm going to shave this off, put some shorts on, and say I'm going to give in to, I guess winter's over. What do you think?
The winter that never was. Yeah, the groundhog was not forecasting extended winter. I think he was just, Lander Lil was saying whether we get one at all, and I don't think so. Not in Lander. 64, the expected high today. The previous record, by the way, set in 1963 was 61 degrees. So you got something to shoot for. I think you're going to break it.
Like I said, it's... I always said, I've been around so long and I'm such a weather watcher that I always said, if we could just get through October without a horrible blizzard, then take a deep breath, because you're going to have a mild winter. Well, my gosh, now it's not the middle, but early February. My God, spring is in sight. Now, we don't have spring in the traditional sense because Lander, we average 116 inches of snow. And we have had literally the all-time record of no snow. Since there is no basis, we since July of last year, we've had less snow than ever since they started measuring the stuff. So it's a crazy time, and it's not a bad time. It's a wonderful time, but you do kind of worry about it.
But if you're a big snowmobiler like you are, I see from your column, where are you finding the snowmobile? I know in my neck of the woods, you got Togety. That's always going to have snow down south. I just went down to Green River yesterday. There's snow down there in Pinedale and, down south of me. Bondurant's always cold enough to hold snow. But in Lander, are you snowmobiling anywhere?
There is snow up in the mountains, but you've got to go find it. And but Togety is the place to go, and I've got such great memories of snowmobiling in Togety. There's a legendary guy from Lander named Jimmy Smale, and he's a member of the International Snowmobile Hall of Fame, and he was a great friend of mine. And actually, this might have been the last time I went snowmobiling, and it was probably 12 years ago. I'm in my 80th year. So at some point I said, okay, enough of this, but I snowmobiled for over 50 years. But he said, well, Bill, I'm going up to Togety and pick up all the trail signs. And that's, the season's officially over. You want to come along? I says, oh my gosh, of course I would. So we spent the whole day going to the whole Togety area and there was this one notch that you had to go up through these two giant rocks. I mean, when I say they're like mountains.
Yeah.
And he says, I can't help you. He says, you got to just gun in the machine and go through there. If you get stuck, I can't come and rescue you, and you can't go backwards. And so I always remember that. And so we did it. Went zooming up through this area, and then when you get up on top, there you are, and you look down on the Tetons. Unbelievable. Oh my God. It was just a spectacular day. It was a beautiful day, warm, I always tell people that there were three things that I couldn't believe when I first got into snowmobiling. One was that I was warm. You know, the clothing you wear, you're actually warm. The secondly is that it's just so darn much fun. But thirdly is the access. You can go to places that are really hard to get to in the summertime.
Yes.
And like that. I mean, for me to get up on the top of that rock and be able to look down on literally Jackson Hole, to do that in the summer would have been it'd have been a heck of a hike. And it was just like that because you had to go really fast. But anyway, it was fun.
That's what I found the most eye-opening about coming into the snowmobile world in the backcountry of Wyoming is I was able to get to almost anywhere in the backcountry that even in summer was a challenge. ATV, horse, hike, drive, like places you could not get to without expending a lot of sweat. And in winter, when you think it would be harder with feet of snow, it's actually easier with a snow machine. It's fun. The extensive trail network groomed on Togety. That's always fun. I remember being up there and being out of gas, out of oil, and lost. The three things. Like, Bill, I thought you'd never see me today, man. I would still be there if it wasn't for, I don't know, divine intervention. I somehow got out of there.
Well, the other thing you do discover is just how big Wyoming is. Oh my, you know, you can it's just so big. And we had a company picnic one time up at Togety Lodge, beautiful place. And one of our people, this dizzy gal, got lost, got away from the group.
Yeah.
We literally spent the whole day trying to find her, and she was safe. We knew she was safe. She was dressed in but when you're looking for somebody, then you find out really how big that area is. It's just gigantic. There's no words to describe it.
Yeah. I mean, it's why drones were invented, and it's why search and rescue utilizes fixed wing helicopter when they're searching for people in the winter. It's just all white. And to find something in there is not easy. Search and rescue, Teton County, been busy with people running into trees with their snow machine. Bill, that's the thing. I've seen it. I've seen people panic when they get off trail and they don't stop pressing the gas. And I'm thinking, what are they doing? It happens.
Yeah, it's unless you've been a veteran snowmobile, you don't have the muscle memory.
Yeah,
you push the wrong button. It's like old timers. You'll hear about them that on their cars they'll push the accelerator when they're thinking they're pushing the brake. But on the snowmobile, you're doing it all with your hands, and it just doesn't make sense to you if you're a newbie. And I thought that was just horrible that two people ran into trees. And the thing is, even with a helmet, 30 miles an hour, a tree isn't going to move. You're probably going to really hurt yourself at 30 miles an hour, but these things will go 60 to 80 miles an hour. And my God, you don't have a chance.
No. And you don't have there's no seatbelt. Yeah, that was a bad recipe. One last thing before you tell me what's on your mind. Are you a Winter Olympics guy? Starts tonight in Italy.
You know, I am an Olympics guy. I tend to like to really get my popcorn and my soft drink or maybe my other beverage and sit there and just absorb it. And I'm a real softy for the backstories. They're doing a great job at telling who these people are. And so I'm not a big ice skating fan. My wife loves it, of course. But I love to watch the ski jumping and the even some of the races. I even don't mind curling. I think that's kind of it's like here's this sport in slow motion.
That's the zen of the winter sports. Yes,
it is. I think, boy, to be into curling, you've got to have a strong mind, because it's one tiny little. Anyway, it's but yeah, I am an Olympic guy. I like it.
Okay, well, I'll be rooting for some Wyomingites. Jalen Koff, she's going to be running moguls, and with that other skier, Lindsey Vaughn, she wrecked. I thought she'd miss this Olympics. She said she's going to ski on a wonky knee. Eesh.
I tell you what, I think we're going to see another tragedy with her. More power to her. I tell you, she's at that advanced old age of 41, I think, or something. So
yeah,
she looks pretty good for 41 and skis pretty well too. So
and that downhill stuff, whether it's giant slalom or whatever it is, this speed downhill skiing, though, they're so good. These athletes are also good, separated by hundredths of a second, that really, if you're not on the verge of crashing on your run, you're not trying hard enough. It is crash or gold and nothing in between in downhill. It's fun.
It is. You couldn't have said it better. That is, and that's of course what makes it interesting to watch. And the cameras are all placed now that you could see everything, and they analyze it. And I really like it. I love it. I love the hockey. I know where I'm going to be for the next couple of weeks or however long this lasts. I'll be watching a lot of Winter Olympics.
Yeah. I'll be watching some with you. And then, of course, Super Bowl Sunday this weekend. What else? Anything on your mind, Bill, before we let you go?
I was just thinking that, the economy of Wyoming, we always, God, we bemoan it. And I was looking at a map the other day, and I always call it Wyoming is the hole in the donut. It seems like when you go with economic trends, Wyoming is the worst. Idaho is doing well. Montana's doing well. Colorado's booming. Even Nebraska and South Dakota. So Wyoming, there's a donut there, and the whole of the donut is Wyoming. And doggone it, by these things, we're not doing very well. Well, but if you dive in, we've got $30 billion in the bank. We balance our budget. We're not doing so badly, and I also believe that Wyoming people, we all have a wanderlust gene, I call it. And we came here from somewhere else, most of us. Now, I know Ogden Driscoll's been here 6 generations, but most of us are 2 or 3 generations. So as a result, I believe that our children want to get off and go somewhere. They don't want to hang around here. And I don't think we should beat ourselves up too badly on that. What I always told my kids is go and experience the world, but then come back, and so far one has. So the message is getting through. The others are saying they'd like to. And then what I also have seen is that we have other young people from other places that come to Wyoming. So even though we're losing our young people, other young people are coming in to replace them.
Yes.
So I'm not, I don't wring my hands quite as much as everybody, because I just believe it's in our nature. Is we want to go try something out and see the world. And Wyoming is a small place, and a lot of people want to see something a little bigger. And I don't begrudge that. I think that you got to accept that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I never heard that. I never thought of that, Bill, but you're right. I mean, what brought most people here was that wanderlust gene we all have. It wasn't good enough on the farm in Pennsylvania. We wanted to see the West. We wanted that sense of adventure. It's just inherent. It's inherent in all of us a little bit. And then to stay here, to stick it out, is that hardiness of Wyomingites. So those 2 things are baked into us. If you live here, and yeah, sometimes we're going to roam, but we're always going to come back. We know that. Bill, Jake, thank you.
I appreciate you fitting me in today.
Yeah,
friend.
You bet. I'm happy anytime we can do it. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a break. Coming on is Aaron Brown, next, Wyoming Highway Patrol.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Get back to it. Aaron Brown's here, Senior Public Relations Specialist, Wyoming Highway Patrol. We're going to talk about staying safe on the state highways. First off, click it or ticket, man. Hey, Aaron, let me ask you, studies have been done, and we know if you're involved in a crash, if you're involved in some kind of motor vehicle crash, seatbelt, I don't understand people who think not wearing a seatbelt is good because they'll be thrown clear of the crash or something. Like, seatbelt, always good, right? I mean, 999 times out of 1,000. There might be a freak time where, yeah, you get thrown from the vehicle and you land in a bed of roses, but put the seatbelt on.
I know of only one story where we had someone get thrown free of a vehicle and it saved his life. I know one story.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I know that the study I have in front of me, I don't have 2025 in front of me right now, but I have 2024.
Yeah.
In 2024, we had 107 deaths on our roads. 48 deaths were unbelted. So nearly half.
That's
closing in on half.
I can't, boy, I'm just so surprised by the people who don't buckle. For one thing, today's technology in vehicles, thankfully, you have to buckle. I don't know how mine buzzes at me. Mine will stop playing the radio. Like, I can't. And yeah, you can like try to cheat it, buckle it behind you or whatever. But I don't even know how you're trying to beat the system. I want them airbags. I want that seatbelt on with a shoulder deal. Give yourself some kind of a fighting chance. I'm looking at the stats you're looking at as well, Aaron. You know what I was surprised about? I'm looking at the total crashes map, crashes and fatalities. And unfortunately, we're off to, another bad year in 2026. Too many. One is too many. But I'm surprised by how many fatalities and crashes happen off of Interstate 80. Now, I would think almost everything would be on Interstate 80. I was surprised by how many things happen on some other secondary highways. Also, how many crashes happen, you'd be surprised, on dry pavement conditions, clear days in the summer. It's not necessarily all winter stuff.
Well, there's some more digging to be done, I think, on causes right now for a lot of fatalities we have in 2026. I don't have exact causes for every single crash we've had so far.
Yeah.
However, looking at the 2024 stats, and things tend to flow like that. So looking at that, one thing I can tell you is we had, like I said, 107 deaths in 2024. 53 of those involve speed.
Yeah.
And so when you're looking at speed and the deadliness of going too fast, not slowing down when you need to slow down, the amount of crashes it causes to begin with. I mean, you're talking, we had like 12,000 crashes, some odd, give or take, in 2024. 2,500 of them involved speed, and 53 of them were deadly. And so it's speed kills. Plain and simple. And that, especially when you're having dry pavement, like perfect conditions, a lot of times that's what you're going to see: no seatbelt and speed.
And it's why there's some 200-300 troopers out there writing speeding tickets. This is not a speed trap money making scheme. I mean, if you wanted to make money writing speeding tickets, I can think of places you can do it all day long and we can make bank. This is making sure that the driving population maintains speed limits, because you do hear that is the contributing factor almost every time. Speed improper, speed imprudent.
Right. And what you see is it's not just the impact of the speed. It's also maybe you're going too fast on a curve and you roll your vehicle.
Yeah.
Now, at that point, if you have your seatbelt on, you're more likely to survive that kind of crash. However, we see it all the time where it's a combination of speed, and then the cause of the crash is speed. Cause of the death could be no seatbelt, because they roll, they're not wearing a seatbelt, and they get ejected into the road, into the median, or probably the worst ones, partially ejected, where the car rolls over and it's going to roll over you.
Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol is with us. One thing that I think is sort of unique to the West, I didn't notice it as much when I was back east. Most of the time you hear about crashes, there are crashes involving you and another vehicle. Single vehicle rollovers, so prevalent in Wyoming because of many times the scenario is you're cruising along, you have a momentary, either you do nod off, you fall asleep, or you just don't pay attention for a second, and then when you look through the windshield again with focus, you're like, I've drifted way over to the shoulder of the road, and you're too much, the overcorrection, and it happens all the time, Aaron.
It really does. And I don't have a percentage right in front of me for the percentage of single vehicle crashes. However, man, they happen all the time, where you just see, and they don't have to be fatal to happen. They can still, leave a nasty bruise or two. But you're going to see some pretty nasty crashes when that happens. And it could be, like you said, distracted driving. We see, people nodding off a lot. We also see, when you're talking about Wyoming, that's one of the biggest things about traveling in Wyoming. We talk about having a full tank of gas. We talk about having an emergency kit. Have a good night's sleep. And if you're tired, find a safe place to pull over and get that rest, because it's not New York. It's not a small, very sparsely, it's not a small, really populated state. We are a big, sparsely populated state, and it's a lot of different. Sorry, my phone is deciding to go off like crazy here.
I think that can contribute to just the general eye fatigue, because if you're driving in Southern California, Boston, New York, you are paying attention, because you have to. In Wyoming, you can fall asleep on these long 70-mile-an-hour stretch roads. You're talking Laramie to Evanston or Cheyenne to Casper. You're not. It's not like you're looking at the most grand spectacle of scenery out there. Let's be real here. It's a lot of brown grass, and that's what you're seeing. And so it's easy to relax. It's easy just to kind of see the same thing going by. It's not that it's totally boring. It's just easy to fall asleep to. And so if you're tired,
our roads, especially here in Wyoming, can really put you to sleep. So you got to be careful about that. So that's another one. And again, we go back to speed. Single vehicle going around a curve too fast, and goes off the roadway. We see that with motorcycles as well.
Distracted driving to me means cell phone. Many communities across the state have implemented hands-free driving. Are your troopers still finding the messages not getting across? People are trying to text or call, just distracted by that phone.
We did probably get the message out there, but I think that we see a lot of people just hooked up to their phones in ways that they just don't want to get off them. They don't listen, possibly, or it's just that moment. Maybe, 90% of the time, you don't look at your phone while you're driving, but then you have that one business call you're expecting, and you feel like you have to take it, or that text, and you feel like you got to get it. And it's just that one time. But it's all it takes. So it's a matter of discipline. I don't know if it's the math. I think partially, it's probably not getting through, but a lot of it could very well be discipline. I think we have a lot of people who are trying not to drive distracted, and then life happens and they let it get to them and end up making that one mistake.
Yeah, you'll get away with it 99% of the time, but the 1% you won't. It's not worth it in the end. Aaron, talk about a close call yesterday morning. We made it a state law to slow down and give room to stuff you see off the side of the road. When you see lights, when you see smoke, when you see something going on, that should be an indication to slow down, if anything, to keep our law enforcement safe. These guys, I'm surprised how many cops get run into by people when they're already attending to a problem on the side of the road.
Right. And this was a case of the fire itself was a mechanical issue. So no one was injured. It was just unfortunately a ranch truck having a mechanical issue, and a couple big bales of hay went up in flames. Everyone stayed warm waiting for the fire truck to get there. But aside from that, no one was injured. Now, that being said, once they get there, we have emergency vehicles there. We have, fire trucks. We have ambulance just in case. We have our troopers there. So they're blocking off the right side of the lane for a good portion, just to make sure everyone's staying clear. Everyone's moving over into the left side of the lane on I-90 eastbound, and they're doing a great job of doing it. And for those who did it, we truly appreciate it. You're helping save lives. And then we just had that one driver who got distracted, from what we can tell. We believe by their radio, but just happened to look down at the wrong time, and I don't know for how long, but looked down and didn't slow down, and rear-ended that SUV. And somehow we got the close call part was, if you can imagine, it's eastbound lanes. They're both going the same direction, and this one is closed off, so everyone has to come over and go past this way.
Yeah.
Well, when this car gets hit, rear-ended, it goes this way into the median.
Oh.
That was just dumb luck.
Yeah.
If he hits it and it veers this way, and that car went through the entire, it went the length of the scene when it got hit. So if it went left by any chance, it would have gone through all of our emergency responders right there.
The very, very, very rare time I'm ever pulled over, I am conscious that I don't even want to be on the shoulder of the road. Often I'll slow down, put the flashers on, and I'll give that trooper or that sheriff's guy I'll pull off into a driveway, a side road. I want to give him or her room, because them standing outside my door with traffic going by, I just cringe, man.
If you have to, maybe pull a little bit further into the median. If you have to, don't drive forever looking for a driveway, because otherwise we're going to think we're chasing you.
Right. That's not good.
No, that's definitely not good. So pull over in a timely manner, but also a safe manner, just like you're saying. And when you're being thoughtful like that, we certainly appreciate it.
Hey, Troop O, Amber Ferguson, she's now patrolling the Capitol. She'll have her work cut out for you. This budget session coming up could be rowdy, and watch out. Trooper Ferguson's going to be there. I remember when she was a Laramie cop back in 2016, I think she joined the force. Way to go, Amber.
Yeah, we're really happy to have Amber with us. She's going to do an awesome job. We've known Amber for a while, and she's going to rock it over there at the Capitol.
Hopefully she won't have to use the taser on any lawmakers, but if she does, so be it. But some of them might need some calming down. Hey, what about the Super Bowl? Our troopers going to be out and about making sure you're sober.
Our troopers are going to be extra vigilant. We don't have any actual checkpoints or any special events planned to have like any DUI counter agency there. But for the most part, we don't see DUIs go up that much during Super Bowl and during the holidays around on the highways, we'll put it that way.
Yeah.
We don't see it go up that much. You're going to see more of it, more than likely, on the more local and sheriff's office side. I do have a poll for you, though.
Yeah.
Internally, when we pressed HQ here in Cheyenne, when we were pressed, everyone chose the Patriots.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, but that's not everyone knew football. So, I mean, I chose the Seahawks. I think that's safe money. I don't like either team.
Me neither.
But there was a general consensus before being pressed, though. Whenever we asked who's taking it on Sunday, when they heard it was the Patriots and Seahawks, they didn't choose either one. Everyone just said, go Bills.
Yeah, that's what I like. Love it. Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Have a great Super Bowl weekend.
You too, man. Have a good one.
All right. Time for news. We got to do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. State Senator Ed Cooper is retracting a statement he made last week accusing the National Freedom Caucus Network of hinging campaign donations to its local members on their voting records. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the state senator says that he cannot substantiate the claim.
The original quote was that the State Freedom Caucus Network was infusing money toward candidates based on how they voted. And he didn't go so far as to say that's outright incorrect, but he did say he could not substantiate it. And so it was incorrect to say it.
Because he wasn't able to verify the information, Cooper didn't go so far as to call the claim incorrect. Two Wyoming ranchers say diversification of their land is key to their survival and that property owners should have the freedom to decide what to do with their land. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the ranchers say that includes allowing wind farms and other energy development.
These two ranchers are saying that Wyoming's energy industries are vital. We have to protect them and we have to support them. And the decision to support energy development through leasing of private property should be the sole decision of the private property owner.
In an editorial letter shared with Cowboy State Daily, Rob Hendry and Scott Sims says a landowner's right to develop their property as they see fit has always mattered. Private property rights, they argue, are not an abstract political talking point in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A misstep left a wildlife photographer with a broken leg in a remote area of Yellowstone National Park. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that Marcella Herdova made it back to her car, but it wasn't easy.
About a mile and a half in from the parking lot where she and one other person had started, she just stepped in a snow-covered hole and ended up breaking her leg. That in and of itself isn't that big a deal, but there wasn't any cell service where they were. And so what ended up happening is the other person she was with went and retrieved a branch, and they kind of made a makeshift crutch out of it.
Cade Cole, a backcountry adventurer, tells Cowboy State Daily that Marcella's story is a, quote, spooky, unquote, example of how quickly things can go wrong in the wild. The world-famous Grizzly 399 and her 4 cubs will be honored with a bronze sculpture at the National Museum of Wildlife Art in Jackson. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the piece will be dedicated on September 9th of this year.
Jocelyn Russell has sculpted everything from a herd of life-size elephants to larger-than-life animals for a variety of different institutions, and she was approached by the Grizzly 399 Legacy of Love project to make a larger-than-life sculpture of Grizzly 399 and the quads, which are the 4 cubs that she emerged with in May 2020. The sculpture is well underway. Russell told me that it's been sent to the foundry.
Grizzly 399 was a world-famous grizzly bear from the Grand Teton National Park, whose calm roadside presence captivated thousands of tourists annually before she was struck by a car and killed in 2024. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Yeah, it's Mac Watson. I'm Jake. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Super Bowl weekend and the Olympics. The Winter Olympics start tonight. A lot going on this weekend. Mac, what are you going to be doing?
A lot going on, and I will tell you what I'm doing this weekend. But first, I don't mean to hijack the show, but I'm excited. I just booked somebody on your show at 9:45. Is that okay?
Last minute notice. Okay.
Yeah, last minute notice.
What's happening?
First at 9:25 is Tommie Kniseley. Tommie Kniseley and her partner David, her husband David, own a farm, and it's going to be annexed, and they want people to show up in Cheyenne at the city council meeting to figure out, why are you annexing the land? What does this mean for us? I know people that have gone through annexation, and it's not pretty. It really isn't. Because they say nothing, the city will say nothing will change, but
no, it's like a soft eminent domain.
There you go.
It really is. Now, I look at this property. It's an interesting story. I can't wait to get into it with Tommie.
Yeah.
For one, the way she learned about it. Oh my goodness. She was in town hall for something else. And then she's like, hey, that's my property up there on the wall on a map.
Right.
And
it's like going to get a cup of coffee and seeing your wife with some other dude. It's like, what?
And she's like, what are you guys doing with that up there? And they're like, oh, we're going to run West Jefferson right through here. And she, that's where my chickens are.
Yeah.
I'm so interested in this because I looked at the map of where that property is. And sooner or later, Cheyenne is going to swallow that property. Let's hope it's later. But yeah, that'll be interesting. So 9:45, what do we?
9:45 is going to be Shawn Kelley. Now, Shawn Kelley, if you're not familiar, is the dad of a 16-year-old daughter.
Okay.
This happened in Sheridan. She survived a sudden cardiac arrest at age 10, thanks to people who knew CPR, but also because of an AED.
Yeah.
And basically that's a defibrillator. And so he and his daughter are going to be at the Capitol. I think it's on Tuesday, talking to lawmakers and trying to see if they can generate any interest in, getting a bill passed that would put AEDs in every school.
Which,
so again,
I'm surprised
I think
they're
it's
not.
great. I think it's a great idea.
Yes, Sheridan resident. We're talking about Emerson Kelley when she was 10, almost a year ago, like 2 days ago in 2020. It was February
Yes. 9th, 10th. I can't remember.
It was like almost to the year, to the day. But she's now 16. She was 10 then. She's now a, regular old, healthy, happy 16-year-old. She does have a heart condition that her mom does as well. But nobody expected it to manifest like this. She's at school property and she's comes over and people knew what to do. That's the most important thing. And then
that's half the battle.
And then having the deals also. She may not be here if not for that. Shawn Kelley, dad, is going to be on. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so to answer the question that you posited at the beginning of the segment, what am I doing this weekend? Well, my wife is in California.
Ooh.
Dad's in charge.
Yes.
So
all right.
So mom has left me a list of things, do's and do not do's for the kids. I know, man. I know. And the kids are like, Dad, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Can I play on my iPad all day? No, but you can play on it. Not all day? No, not all day. So
I can just
that's
see Dad.
what I'm doing this weekend. And then my daughter says, I'm taking her to school this morning. And she goes, we're watching the Super Bowl, right? We do it every year, right? I'm like, when was the last time you were ever interested in football? Oh, no. Watching Bad Bunny, Dad. I don't care about the game. I didn't even know who was playing until yesterday. Who are the Seahawks? Okay. All right.
She's watching for Bad Bunny and the F1 commercials.
And the commercials. You're exactly right. The commercials and the Bad Bunny concert.
That's why I'm watching, because the Seahawks and Patriots, big.
Well, are you expecting a blowout? I'm not.
Seattle's,
but I'm also not expecting a high intensity game either.
Yeah, it's going to be a defensive battle. It's going to be a boring 10-3 Seattle win. The game is
9-3, 9-6. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the game's going to be the focal point. Yeah.
Well, I you and I have been doing this long enough. There's 2 weeks out there, the hype starts, right? Okay, the two teams are set, and then the hype between then and the Super Bowl, it's all these stories that come out. There has really not been a lot of stories generated that I'm like, oh wow, that's pretty cool, or oh, I didn't know that. It's kind of like everybody's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna play on Sunday. What?
I know.
This is the Super Bowl.
Usually there is in the 2 weeks leading up, somebody will accidentally say something. It'll be bulletin board material. There'll be some side plots that are going over here, these side quests. This year it's been like nothing. Seattle against New England, but
right. And I know by proximity, I guess most people around Wyoming are gonna, root for Seattle. I have to root for the Patriots because my mom's from New England, so it was all about Boston, Boston sports when I was growing up, not the Yankees, thank God. But anyway, I want a good game. I love Mike Vrabel. Loved him as a player. He's a great head coach. I mean, I really, and Sam Darnold is a really good story for the Seattle Seahawks.
Good story.
But there's no spark. And I don't know why that is. I don't know whether we need a villain. I don't know whether we need an OMG moment. I don't know what it needs, but it needs a kick in the ass, really, is what it kind of sort of needs
to
really get people to go, oh, I can't, I gotta watch. I can't miss this game.
It
doesn't have that.
Yeah, there's nothing emotionally to latch onto. It's just
right.
Two teams that play good defense. Wow.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I mean, before, when the Chiefs were the Chiefs, you'd watch to see, can anybody beat them? When the Patriots were the Patriots, you'd watch to see, oh, is the golden boy going to win another trophy? Is Bill Belichick going to blah, blah, blah? Now it's kind of like, well, Seattle hasn't been in it for like 10 years. Good for them. The Legion of Boom is not there. Bill Belichick isn't there. It's a new coach. They weren't expected to do well. And boy, they surprised everybody. But there's not that like, and I hate to bring this up, but if the Broncos were in it, I think more people would be excited, and I think more people would want to check out Bo Nix. If the Buffalo Bills were in it, people would be like, well, will Josh Allen finally get what he's been wanting and deserves for these past how many years? And what a perfect cap to a season. He's going to be a dad. He got married, and he's won the Super Bowl. I think more people would watch because of that. It's kind of like, oh yeah, that's right. It's this weekend, isn't it? That's kind of disappointing.
I think if Super Bowl 60 were a rough draft of a promising novelist and you sent it to your publisher, they'd reject it and say, that's just nothing here. We don't
work on it.
Work on it. We don't see the story here. What's the hook?
Hey, what's the worst thing a teacher ever wrote on your paper? Do you remember that?
Oh.
I was in college, and I'm a recovering English major. I was in college, and I wrote something about Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He is the 19th century literary icon, British literary icon, who came up with the phrase, the willing suspension of disbelief. In other words, when you watch something, movie, whatever it is on TV or wherever, you buy into, oh, that could happen. Okay, I'll accept that. So stuff like Star Wars and Star Trek and, the Bourne Identity and, Mission Impossible, you go along with the story because you allow the author or the writer or whatever to say, this is the world that we're in now, and this is what's going to happen. So I did this whole thing, this like 10-page paper on the willing suspension of disbelief, and right in the middle of it, red pen, this is swamp gas, Mr. Watson.
Really?
Yeah, he was brutal.
Perhaps this was a teacher not willing to suspend. Like, this is, Mac, it sounds like the opposite of the person who's always looking for plot holes. Like, you're trying to enjoy a movie. It's like suspended reality. Yeah, you're checking out for 90 minutes. The whole point of a movie.
Right.
Yeah, the other person's like, wait a minute, the timeline's all wrong, or this, like, just be quiet.
Right. It's the whole reason. Like, somebody was talking to Gene Roddenberry, who created Star Trek, and basically said, you can't warp drive in reality. You can't go faster than the speed of light, which is warp drive. And he said, nobody cares.
Yeah.
If it's a great story, it's a great story. And he's right.
Yeah.
He was right. Scientifically, you don't have enough energy to propel something faster than the speed of light to where you can arrive somewhere and then, come back. And, nobody's older. Nobody looks different. That's impossible. But Gene Roddenberry was one of the first people to say, yeah, but a great story is a great story. Edward Scissorhands came out, and everybody was panning it, going, how can Johnny Depp be this mutant freak with these long, scissor? It's a great movie. So, anyway.
Yeah.
Swamp gas. I'll never forget it.
Otherwise, it would totally ruin, like, Star Trek when Captain Kirk and the Klingons are hot on your fanny and you say, Scotty, give me warp too. And Scotty's going to say, oh, that's not really possible.
Yeah, right.
Captain.
Well, Einstein said in his theory of relativity.
According to Einstein, my engine room cannot take it, Captain.
Right.
Yeah.
But I will say, one of the worst lines in Star Trek history is when Scotty pulled something out of his, he did something, And Captain Kirk says, "You've earned your paycheck for the week." They don't have paychecks in the 23rd century.
Right.
Come on, man. You've earned your paycheck. And did you notice in Star Trek, everything clicks? Did you ever notice that? They hit buttons and they hit like everything click, click, click. No, everything's touchscreen now, man. Everything's touchscreen. No more clicking. Come on.
And the doors. Oh, shh.
Yeah. Like
everything
the doors
had to
need
have
to
an
make
audio.
a sound. Come on.
Yeah. All right. I got so many people in the Zoom room, and I don't know who's who, Mac.
Tommie Nicely should be up.
I have Tommie, and I have Nicely, two different people. I don't know which one to pick.
Well, Tommie Nicely is the same person. Maybe she figured out warp drive and has split herself in two.
Tommie split the atom. They're gonna have to split their property, maybe.
That's right.
That's so interesting. I can't wait to talk about that. All right, but we we got you for 3 more minutes. What's on your mind?
Well, those two stories I thought were pretty popular.
Yeah.
How to eat a groundhog. Now, this I love these stories because our reporters have like firsthand knowledge. So I'm talking to Mark Hines. I'm getting the sound that I need for the newscasts about how to eat a groundhog.
Yeah.
And like toward the end, Mark goes, "Yeah, my dad and I did it when I was whoa, what? Yeah, my dad and I, we were out camping. We killed a groundhog and we roasted it and we ate it." And I said, "So you've actually done this?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I've eaten a groundhog before."
Only Mark Hines. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was really great. And he talked to Pokey's Barbecue, Mr. Chef Schuyler, Chef Schuyler out in Gillette at Pokey's Barbecue. And he said, put a pork rub on it and low and slow. If you want to cook anything that has a tough cut of meat, low and slow is the way to go. I love that story. And we may be doing a story. I don't know whether you heard last night, from like Utah across into Michigan, there was this huge fireball. So we're trying to find out if, what was that about last night, this huge fireball. So hopefully we can have that story out soon on Cowboy State Daily.
I heard chatter of that.
There's just so many interesting things. There really are.
Mark Hines, I would expect no less than him frying up a gopher. This came the day after we learned how to boil burbot. We were
Burbot, yes.
That was like 48 hours of West Virginia culinary school. Like we're eating rodents and slimy fish. Like, oh man.
Right. The poor man's lobster, which I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
There's a kind of fish that tastes like lobster. This should be like the most popular thing ever, but I'd never heard of it.
Well,
never heard of burbot.
It's like a white flaky meat, which doesn't sound like greasy, oily, fishy stuff. So maybe it is good, but I don't want to look at it. It's looking at the burbot's the problem.
Oh, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But I mean, they thought lobster was some kind of evil thing when they first discovered it too. Because it's all, the shell on the outside and all the antenna and all that kind of stuff. People are like, you can eat that? Oh, yeah, you can eat that. Absolutely. So.
Well, if either was crawling around on the deck of the Enterprise, I would get your phaser set to stun. There's something loose.
Absolutely. The trouble with tribbles.
Remember that? Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
It's they ate all the grain. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
Who you got? I got the Patriots.
I hate both of them, but I think Seattle will win.
Okay.
I can't root for the Patriots because of the arrival of the Bills. Yet I want acknowledgement that the Bills were beaten by teams that are better than the others, the NFC. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Me and your daughter are going to watch it for the commercials and Bad Bunny. Honestly.
And Bad Bunny. Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll find out Monday. We'll talk Monday and figure out how we did.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got Tommie next in the ranch that is absorbed. It sounds like a monster movie, right? The ranch that was eaten by Cheyenne. Coming up next.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
This is a good music bed for our next topic as we welcome in Tommie Kniseley into the discussion, the annexation, perhaps, of a farm in Cheyenne. Imagine you're just feeding the chickens one day on the Wyoming fresh farm. You're tending to you got cows, Tommie?
We had a dairy cow. We don't right now.
All right. Dairy cow. You're just doing the farm chores. And then up pulls up Mayor Collins and says, and start with a U-Haul and starts moving in. Said, we're going to move the couch over here. We're going to put West Jefferson right through this place. And you're like, wait a minute. It happens, I guess, throughout history. We're talking about a farm property that Tammy and David purchased back in what, 2006?
I believe so, yeah.
And at that time, this property was probably well outside the city limits, ag, rural in nature. But as growth happens, we all know that cities get bigger and bigger, and this is going to be the horror story of the farm that was eaten by Cheyenne. It sounds like a sci-fi movie. But it's a scary reality. Tommie, I'm so weirded out by the way you found out. Like, you would think you'd get a heads up. And tell me how you found out that this was even in the works happening.
Oh, I think my husband was just reading some news. I mean, the city has continued to grow up around us, and now we're completely surrounded by the city. He was just reading the news, and Cheyenne had said they were just going to start annexing all the county pockets. So, which we knew that was us. I mean, they didn't say us, but the writing was on the wall. And so we started being proactive and saying, hey, how is this going to affect this? You know, do I get to keep my farm? Do I get to keep doing what I'm doing? And we haven't had a lot of communication from the city, and not sure why. We are finally getting more communication as of last Friday because we made things public.
Yeah. Well, that's always good to get media involved and maybe even on your side, but at least make people aware of what's going on. Now, I'm looking at, and I'm going to share with folks the Google map. Thank you, Google. I'm looking at the map for anybody who's on the YouTube. You'll be able to see what I see. This is where the property is. Here's Cheyenne, the big city of Cheyenne, state capital. And then as we zoom in, there is a lot of residential neighborhoody things. I don't know if they've come in the last 20 years since you've owned the property. And then there's your spread, and it does seem to be holding up progress. Tommie, West Jefferson wants to go right through there and connect with the rest of West Jefferson. I see the writing on the wall. I mean, one day this is going to have to be a development, I would imagine, but not in your day. You're doing a thriving business there, more than a business. This is your lifestyle for you, kids involved. What do you do at the farm? Tell me what you're doing and when did that start? Just in the last few years since COVID, you really got it up and running.
Yeah, I think COVID turned out to be a blessing in some weird way.
Yeah.
That God has a way to work like that. But yeah, I've always grown some vegetables. Then we got chickens, and be careful when you get chickens. That's kind of the gateway.
Yeah.
You go down the slippery slope very quickly.
I've heard.
And then in 2017, we kids were a little bit older. We decided to do more. I wanted to start growing for other folks. And we had kind of sold chicken eggs at the end of our driveway before then. The kids had a little side hustle. And so we just continued to grow. And then when 2020 hit, it wasn't just our farm. Well, the city went ahead and shut down our farmers market. And so I was working with other farmers that had produce that was perishing, and Walmart's shelves were bare, and the farmers are sitting here with surplus. We're like, this. It was just a crazy time. So we threw together, and it was a group effort of a bunch of farmers doing an online farmers market where they picked up or we did delivery. So it was like minimal contact, and it did really well. And we continued to grow, and we were working out of a horse trailer, and we've bootstrapped everything. And now we have a farm stand, and we have a little over 50 farmers bringing their goods. Farmers are food artisans. We have some bakers, local bakers that bring their food in.
So it's turned from a dream, a lifestyle, to a burgeoning enterprise, and to see it all go away. I mean, I would hate that. What is this city? We have not been able to reach out to and successfully get a hold of Mayor Patrick Collins. You probably talked to
I'm not surprised.
You probably talked to some zoning officials, people with the city. What is it's probably very complex. Annexation, when you think about it, the city wishing to annex this property. Now, what will that mean? Can they then build roads through it? When you bought the property, it was the understanding you were not on city water and sewer, for instance, like you were outside city, you were rural. Now all of a sudden things change, and what would annexation mean as you understand it? Could you coexist that way, or is that the end of Wyoming Fresh Farm?
I mean, that's the big question.
Yeah.
And that's what we're asking. I mean, most of the city officials, are not farmers. And so we're just trying to ask them, hey, how does this specifically, have you thought about this? And they haven't. I mean, they're not farmers, but please work with us. And we are finally getting some answers, and it definitely is going to affect us negatively. Again, I mean, they're just pushing this through, and they're not ready.
Right. Tommie, not only do city officials not understand farming in nature, and they don't get that, but I wonder if they understand even what is going on with the future and zoning and jurisdiction. I mean, there was a recent fire where the city of Cheyenne didn't know who had jurisdiction over what. This city's growing maybe out in front of their skis a little bit. I don't wonder if they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I've told them a few times. It says, I really feel like the cart's before the horse here. Just can we be proactively and can we work on a solution? Or we need provisions to keep doing what we're doing. One of my biggest concerns, because they plan on having us completely annexed by March 9th, is I will not be able to protect my poultry and my livestock. And as of things right now. And that's a big concern.
Because now, why would that be? Because if you were annexed, would they change your zoning? Would you then not be ag? Would you come under city ordinance, which means you can only have so many chicken? I don't know. What would that mean?
Well, that's where we're wanting to get the nitty gritty here to see how it is. Now, they're saying they will zone us ag, but the way the ag zoning is now, it's extremely vague. It's more of a kind of a holding pattern for land that's platted to be developed. And that's not really what we want. So, I won't be able to use firearms to protect my animals. We do have sheep. We've had coyotes and stray dogs attack them. We have livestock guardian dogs, which is a great measure to protect our livestock, but they bark. Is that going to be a nuisance? I don't think I'm allowed to have barbed wire anymore. Can I put electric fence in? I mean, just all sorts of questions that were like, how do we do this? I have 160 chickens. I have a few roosters. Are they going to still be allowed? And then they're saying, well, we can grandfather you in. And I'm like, well, that's nice, but that doesn't work with ag. You have to be more fluid. You change your stocking densities. And as a business model, you have to be able to pivot. So if I find that the Cheyenne community needs more duck eggs because there's too many allergies to chicken eggs, if I need to switch that, I won't be able to. And that's just a death sentence to any business. So lots of questions that just need clarifications. We just got an email from Charles Bloom yesterday. It's very interesting. They're like, nothing's going to change, but it's going to cost you this much more in taxes. Nothing's going to change, but now you get to be inspected by this group. And it's like, well, good sir, that is a change.
Yeah.
Just be honest with me. Things are going to change. How can we work together to make this positive if they can? And I don't know. I think they've had enough pressure from the good people of Cheyenne that they're starting to attempt to work with us, which is in the right direction.
It's inevitable as progress, as cities grow, that stuff like this is going to happen pretty soon. What was farmland and farm property and ag property is now surrounded by a city, and it's not good enough to just say, well, we'll grandfather you in. You're being annexed on March 9th. Grandfather means you can continue doing exactly what you're doing until a day when we're going to have this property, says the city of Cheyenne.
Exactly.
I don't know. And maybe what would be palatable? I mean, you probably want to pass this property down to a next generation. I don't know. But in you and David running this farm as is right today and continuing to do that until when? What about could the city of Cheyenne figure out a land swap? Would you be amenable if they found you the same acreage truly outside of the city now, whereas the city grow like, how about this out here?
You know, I would have to think about that. I mean, it's never been proposed, so I mean, we're open to work on things. We just want a workable solution. That's all we're asking. And I don't think they're again, like we do regenerative agriculture, so we graze our animals and move them because we're building soil. And I'm a little confused by what we were finally sent, that if I move my chicken tractors, I'm going to have to do a site plan and then get permission to move them. And, you know, they get moved once or twice a day. So it's not a workable solution. And, you know, I've asked for clarification. It hasn't come through yet. And I'm like, we have to figure this out before the 9th, or you guys need to just postpone it. And
yeah. It's not thought through because city officials are not farmers. They don't understand the nature of this property and how it has worked and has to work. And I can see one thing on the map. This property is going to be swallowed up by the city of Cheyenne one day or another. I mean, you can see it, the development of this city, and it no longer can this property do what it's done. But the nuts and bolts of working that out are going to be difficult because city officials don't understand what Wyoming Fresh Farm does. They don't get ag. They don't. Yeah, this could be an issue. The issue comes to a head Monday night, at least one big meeting. What would you like to see happen, city of Cheyenne? I don't know how much room they got at the town hall, but they better get ready. I think a lot of folks are going to come out on your behalf because this does feel like a soft eminent domain where the city just says, we're taking this and this is how it's going to move forward. You're like, wait a minute. We own this property. And yeah, where were you?
That's our biggest concern. Like, they're not quite pulling full on eminent domain. That's very expensive for the city to do, but they could slowly encroach on us and then make it unfeasible to continue just by rules and regulations. Another one, I mean, we just received this email yesterday that there's a veiled threat that if I wanted to get permission to build another animal pen, that I might have to bring all of Walterscheid and Durr Avenue, that's 160 feet of street frontage, up to city code, which means curbs and gutters. That's financially impossible for us.
It's not, nothing about it is simple. To annex it and then say your grandfather did, there's going to be all kinds of weird complications when technically your property is now annexed by the city. You're on water and sewer, and with it comes all kinds of other city ordinances and things you're not going to be able to do like you did before. It's going to be weird. I don't know how you figure it out or work it out, but I the best to you on Monday. If anybody wants to get involved, you're in the Cheyenne area, and whether you got a skin in the game, dog in the fight, or a chicken in the coop, go support Tommie and David, the Kniseleys. They're going to be meeting with city officials, figuring out what they're going to do with this property. Good luck, Tommie. I love what you're doing. This is part of what like this resurgence in American like sustainable living. This kind of stuff is being encouraged across the country and in Wyoming. Let's truly encourage it. You grow your own, do these small farm operations. I love that model, and what a cool way of life to grow up. You know, if you're a kid in that kind of culture, that it's just. I like everything about it. Let's make sure you can continue to do it, whether it's in downtown Cheyenne one day or not. I don't know.
Oh, wait, thank you. Wyoming has the best food freedom laws. And, that's really important. And after 2020, we just saw such a need for people to connect with other people. They really lost a lot of trust in, the government and everything. And they just wanted to look at the farmer and say, is this okay to eat? And get that reassurance. And there's definitely we do a lot of education. People just have questions and they want to connect with where their food's coming from and support their local farmers. And I think the city of Cheyenne has kind of spoken, and the people have said, we want this. The city has said we don't, but...
Yeah, we'll see who wins Monday. I hope they at least push this back, postpone. This doesn't seem ready. Yeah, the pandemic showed us one thing. The supply chain is super wonky, and we had to do for ourselves, and you did. And then the Food Freedom Act does allow us to make that kind of marketable in Wyoming, which it should be. Good luck to you, Tommie, David, and Wyoming Fresh Farms. Keep in touch. Let us know how it goes, okay?
Thank you. We appreciate this opportunity to share. We really do. Thank you.
You bet. Have a great weekend. Go feed the chickens.
Already done. They get up a lot earlier than we do.
Oh, man, I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily continues. Quick break.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, rolling along on a finally Friday. And to wrap it up, Shawn Kelley's with us. First thing we got to ask you, Shawn, is how is my favorite third baseman, Emerson, doing these days?
She's doing pretty well. She's just starting to get back into the training part of the season and get her body ready for another fun season.
That's the hot corner. You got to have a quick glove and a strong arm to play third base.
Yep.
Sheridan resident Emerson Kelley is now 16 And she's living on 6 years of borrowed time, maybe lucky time. If let's go back to that day. We're coming up on the 6-year anniversary, a day I'm sure you'll never forget. Emerson will never forget. 10 years old. She's at school, elementary school. And did you know her mom has the same heart condition? But did you know this was manifesting at all in Emerson? Was this a surprise? And then take us back to that day, February 24th, 2020.
Oh, yeah, it's a day that we'll never forget in the family. We had no idea. It was completely underlying issue.
Yeah.
Actually, through the whole thing is how we found out my wife has it on her side, and then we found out that it came from her mom, and so we did it's a genetic thing that they can trace and test when it shows positive. So because of what happened to Emerson, we're now able to treat my wife as well with a similar condition or same condition. So not only did she miraculously survived, but she might have saved my wife's life as well.
Interesting. Emerson was just 10 years old. Now, did she just collapse? This happened at Woodland Park Elementary School, Sheridan. Now, two things. We've talked to the Red Cross about AEDs and having apparatus on hand. AEDs are obviously clear, the paddle things, cha-chung, those are important. But more important than that, I think Shawn, is having trained people who know what to do in an emergency. What happens if someone just falls, collapses, and it's a heart issue? Are you going to know what to do? Is someone near you going to know what to do? In this case, someone did know. Was that a school nurse? Who was that? It's important to have somebody nearby with training.
Yeah, just the good Lord was looking out for us that day. It was one of those 4-day weekends from school, so we went skiing in Red Lodge all weekend long, met some family friends from Bismarck over there, had a great weekend. Came back Monday morning. She got out of the car, started walking towards school, and there's just a little drop-off area. My wife left, and everything was fine. No issues whatsoever. Get a phone call from the principal and said Emerson slipped and hit her head, and I probably should come down to the school. And she was pretty calm. And as I got in the truck to go down there, it's only a mile and a half away, and I just had this feeling in my gut that she doesn't just slip. There wasn't ice it wasn't snowy. She's always been one of the bigger girls in her class, and in elementary, she was bigger than most boys. I'm like, she didn't get pushed. Nobody messed with her, She didn't just slip and hit her head. And so I got down there and they were doing CPR and chest compressions and had the AED hooked up to her. And when I got there, the nurse yelled at me not to touch her because they had to shock her again. And it was kind of just a out of body experience. And they did everything they could to keep her comfortable and had a blanket over her to protect her privacy, but it was in front of the whole school. So there was a lot of PTSD from the faculty and students. And it took a couple of days to get through that. But as we were going through this whole ordeal, the nurse had made a comment that while we were skiing, they did an in-service on the AED and CPR training just that Friday. And Miss Mena, she's our angel. And she said that that was the first Monday she can ever remember her putting her hair in a ponytail. She never wears a ponytail on Monday. And for some reason that Monday she did. She's usually a ponytail on a Friday kind of nurse. And for some reason, she just knew that day to put her hair in a ponytail. And they just went through the training 2 days prior, so they knew exactly the action plan they needed. They had, they knew where the AED was, which conveniently was 40 yards away from where Emerson collapsed. So it was just right inside. They had a good action plan. They had the nurse and the secretaries got paramedics. I beat the paramedics there. I called my wife. She works at the college, which is only half mile away. And the paramedics actually beat my wife back there. So it was just crazy. Reliving it.
That was so much fate, so much divine intervention. Shawn Kelley describing what happened to Emerson Kelley, 10 years old on that day, February 24th in 2020. Now, not every school is going to be so lucky as to have an AED handy and that close. Not every school is going to have a nurse Mena who just went through a retraining process days before. This all happened perfectly, but we want to give the next Emerson a chance at the next school. So what is the idea? What is the game plan here? You've already made sure that in Sheridan schools, they're supplied with an AED and training and everything they need. We want to make this statewide, really.
Yeah, and right now, this was a passion of ours for the last 6 years. Just spreading the word of the importance of CPR and AEDs and how they drastically change survival rates. And, right now there is no law in the state that requires AEDs, even though a lot of schools have them. It's not required. And so when you're looking at a budget, especially, at a public funded, that there's easy ways to trim things. And when it's not required, those are the first things that get trimmed are the non-requirements. So, they want to be in compliance. We're not really trying to increase anybody's budget. It's a safety measure. It's like doing a fire drill or, you live out on the plains, you do tornado drills. It's a safety thing. And if we can just, you say one more Emerson or even Emerson, what's that value? The life of a youth or a child or even some of these teachers, that's not saying it's just students that collapse on campus. You could have a coach, you could have a fan, you could have a member of the community. You have to be prepared. And so if the state requires schools to have AEDs, it's probably not that much because a lot of these schools already have it. If they have athletics, they probably have it. If they have, community events, they probably have it. It's just an awareness of making sure every school has one. And when Emerson collapsed, my uncle was down in Florida. My best friend works in Casper. They both called the next day and said, we went and checked our AEDs. They're out of compliance there because the pads, the batteries, they have to be replaced. And so there's a life shelf on them. And so just from her collapsing and they went and it costs a little money to keep your AEDs, but it's so minimal when you're talking about saving a life. And because of her event, there's 2 different facilities that I know that went and checked their AEDs and they were expired. So, just that kind of momentum where we can just kind of get everybody aware of how important they are and what the plan is, just having a plan, who's calling 911, who's, performing CPR, who's certified, just all those little things. It's like I said, it's like a fire drill. It's just making sure that people are prepared for the worst thing to ever happen to a parent.
Shawn, you mentioned fire, and it's got me thinking that the AED should be standard equipment, much like a fire extinguisher, and the training should be standard as well. The cost of AEDs, there's going to be a hit, but after a while, it's just baked in. It's just an afterthought. This is what schools need to operate safely. AED, fire extinguisher, like duh.
Yeah. That's my wife, Lindsay's, that's her biggest thing. Like when, this American Heart's really doing a great job and spreading the press around it. And there's always, the media, the online social people that are, this is, we don't need more laws. We don't need more funding. We don't need this. We don't need, just leave us alone. And it's like, you have one kid that's saved right here in this house. It's worth the $1,500. I'm sorry. It really is.
Yeah. One life. That's all I need to know. We don't need to hear one after that. Emerson's here today, still 16-year-old, thriving and living her best softball life. February 10th is when we can get involved. What's going on? You're going before the legislature, budget session. What are you going to ask for? American Heart Association will be at the Wyoming legislature February 10th to advocate for a law that would require CERP training in all public schools, at least a game plan. AED, that'd be nice, but at least training so everybody's ready for the eventuality that, maybe a kid falls over, and I hope somebody knows what to do.
Absolutely. So CERP you're referred to as the cardiac emergency response plan, which I mean is very minimal cost. There's really, I mean, it's a plan, right?
Yeah,
It's a fire drill, it's a tornado drill, it's a plan. And when Emerson collapsed in 5th grade, they actually were working with the Children's Hospital on creating this plan. I mean, 6 years ago. That's how long it's taken to get some momentum. And I think I was watching the game when Damar Hamlin went down, and I mean, I just had that pit in my stomach,
right.
and that happened after Emerson. So, I reached out to Trevor Wilson that night because Logan Wilson was on the field when it happened. I've known Trevor for years before his current position. He's a wrestling guy. I'm a wrestling guy. Long story, but I was just talking to my wife the other day. It's all of these signs are just showing it's time to move on this. We've waited 6 years, so we kind of, kick the can and trying to figure out what we can do as a family of 3. But now we have an organization that's leading the charge. They were just in Idaho yesterday. Like it's time to make a plan. And with today's technology and resources, there's no reason to say no to this. There really isn't.
It sounds like it's all coming together in your life. All these signs point towards make this happen. Shawn Kelley, the Kelley family. It happened to Emerson, and then you watch a replay at the Bills-Bengals game. Obviously, the more spotlight we can put on it, the better. And this is February Heart Month, right? National Heart Month.
Correct, yep.
Let's get involved. That's happening February 10th. Shawn, I'm glad Emerson's doing well. The wife is doing well. And good luck. Keep up the effort. It's worth it.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend.
You too.
We got to wrap things up here. We are flat out of time here on a Friday. Don't forget, Jeff Ricketts got you tomorrow in a special Saturday show. I'll see you again Monday. Have a great Super Bowl weekend. Enjoy your Friday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.